Good morning, everybody. Something I didn't notice last time. Finally got a growth phase shift on our hemp up here. Oh, it's dead. Never mind. Is it all dead? Yep, it's all dead. It's all dead. I love this game. It's just broken. It's completely broken. It probably doesn't have cold hardy enabled. It might as well not be in the game. What a lovely thing to begin with. Never get tired of these things. The rest of my crops are great because they're actually functioning as intended. Good morning, Lewis. How's it going? I feel like we should get that extra wide flag on the inside here to match the others. Mario, how's it going, Zacto? Good morning, everybody. It feels nice to have a huge amount of surface area that I can put all these extra wide flags on. Every one of them came from a different location. I take them home as trophies. All right. Speaking of trophies, this circular saw blade here, that is the first one I've broken. I have 2 more baseball bats that I've located. We're going to turn those into baseball bat, saw blade weapons. See, the trick is, if you make the spelling complicated enough, nobody can spell it right. Alright, so we've got over here a whole bunch of saw blades. Just every time I pick one up, I've been putting it over here. And we've got the baseball bats in our backpack. We should have just about everything else here, except maybe... leather strips. So I need to go upstairs and get 4 leather strips. Alright, we're going to fire up 2 of those bad boys. will get us a little bit of carpentry experience, but not much. We're doing it for the weapons. This thing served us very well when we had the last one. I don't have any metal bats to turn one into that, but I would if I could. So we got one for active use and then one spare. I'm going to go make 2 more swords. I'm also going to open one of these boxes, 38 special. Yeah. Should still have plenty of charcoal. Yeah. Forging 2 sword blades coming right up. $520 blacksmithing experience each time I do that. We'll be level 10 in no time. Not that that gets us anything. So we got those new blades, we got them sharpened, and now we slap some handles on them. And now we got 2 spare swords for when the one we're currently using eventually breaks. Or gets close to breaking. I mean, honestly, these days, since I can make so many of them, when the sword is like down to half integrity and it starts taking a damage penalty, I just swap out for a new one at that point. The ability to make swords leads to powers that some consider to be unnatural. Actually, our current sword is also down to half-mast already. I'm going to reforge our current sword. So, same kind of process to reforge a sword as it is to make one. You just go to your forge. You dismantle the previous sword. Dismantle bladed item. Select the sword. And that gets you a sword blade. And then all you got to do when you do this is you go to make a new sword, as if you're just making a new one, but go to the materials selection, and instead of a steel bar, use the sword blade itself, the damaged sword blade, as a material to make a new one. And that is how you reforge your swords. And then all the same other things, put a new handle on it, and then sharpen it up. And voila, new sword on our belt. The machete on our belt is at 2/3 integrity. That's fine for now. It's also a pre-war machete, so it's going to be the durability is going to last a lot longer. So I'm going to go ahead and give her a bath. And then we're going to seek out a couple of new books to bring with us. And then we're setting back out to get the Guns Unlimited operation underway. Graham, how's it going? $250,000, isn't it? That's a lot of people. Alright, taking a couple of cooking utensils because we didn't have a couple of things at our destination. One of the eggs that I put in the fridge is actually stale. Go figure. Toss that out. Speaking thereof, I'm going to take a couple of cartons of eggs, too. We do have plenty of leather. We could do another drying run. At this rate, it's not going to get any progress unless I'm here to keep the fires lit, so we're not doing that. No, I think we're about fit to deploy as soon as we get ourselves a new book. Actually, I'm also going to get a few boxes of 9mm. Because we don't have a lot of 9mm in the field right now. We're on our last set of magazines. Ammo van right here. That's cartons. Here, we've got loose boxes over here. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3 boxes. And we've got a ton of empty magazines already. We can no longer reload magazines while driving. Can't do that anymore. That's okay. We'll do it when we get to our destination. Alright, I should have brought back with me the books that I already finished reading. But we've got Butchering, Volume 4, Electrical, Volume 3, I don't think I'm going to make it to Longblade Level 4 out in the field. If I did, I would bring Longblade Volume 3 with me. Because, I don't know if I mentioned this, we have all volumes of Longblade on this character, except for 2. So, that's a rather silly thing. There is a possibility I might level mechanics in the field. That's an open question. I'll go ahead and take the book with me anyway. Foraging is something that I can't level while there's snow on the ground. Whenever there's snow on the ground, foraging is like a non-starter. I don't recommend trying. But I will take the book because it's something that I can read and it's relevant and useful. I'm about halfway to the next level of welding, but I don't suspect I'll actually get all the way there. And even if I get close, we've already got plenty of books. So I'll put all those directly in the trunk. Found some spare rope. Put that in a logging vehicle here. And we're off. Should be back to our field base before nightfall here. Hey, look at that. They're gathering at the edge of town again. What a surprise. Color me shocked. Let's get this new saw blade weapon wet. I would shoot her, but there's probably some lurking in the forest somewhere. I'm not in any particular rush to bring them into the road. Seems to be a very popular congregation spot there at that intersection. Still have not quite figured out why. It's obviously got something to do with off-map migration, but you would think that it wouldn't so consistently bring them to the same place. The fact that it does is quite sus. That wasn't my turn, was it? No. I was thinking about taking the back roads for a more straight line. No, this is a lot more reliable. This is illegal, you know? Probably not the only ones who are eventually going to wander into the road here. They have a habit of it. We'll probably need to cook when we get back, seeing as I am already hungry. And the salads I brought with me have been eaten. Yeah, these guys are too close to the road. I could get past them this time, but then they'd be in the road next time. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. You are not going to fool me. Get out of that cornfield. We just passed a safe house. I'm banking on the banking on our ability to actually make it back before midnight. Around midnight, 2300 should be fine. That's not good. Don't be going too fast in snow. You don't recognize the turns until it's too late. Oh. Disruption on this road too, huh? Interesting movement from the deer. That actually suggests that there's some right there. So I was able to tell by the movement of the deer that they were running in that direction, and then they turned around back towards me. All these guys out here, unacceptable. I might kill these guys here and then spend the night out here because I do actually have the safe house right around the corner. It's where the sheep are from the other day. Yeah, these guys are all way too close to where the sheep are. And the road. They'll disrupt either thing. Hang on a second. We're a little north. Yeah, we're a little north. The sheep are to the south. So I don't have to... I actually thought that these guys were in the direction of the turn towards where I have the sheep. They're not. So I don't have to continue pursuing them beyond where they would wander into the road. Yeah. Freezing out here today. So yeah, it is 2200 and we are now tired. I'm going to go ahead and get our first sleep down here at the safe house where the sheep are. Because I do want this road to be clear. For whatever it's worth. Because it seems that migration movements always seem to pull them towards the road. Not exactly a surprise. Alright, overnight task. Getting home. Ideally cook soon. Sheep over here are looking good. $80 kilo in weight loss. Bunch of rabbits right there that I had to wipe out yesterday. Good morning, Jimmy. How's it going? And there is the ramp to KY60. Echo Creek turn right here. Right when the road turns diagonal. That's still alive. Excellent. Right, get up and bring your ass out of my road. That's right. Right over here. Looks like we have a couple of wanderers escaped Ovo here. It was a question of when, not if. The chickens can only distract them for so long. And there's another one up here, but he is very fixated on the chickens. So he can continue to do that. I saw another one up here. You can't fool me. Get out of there. Fuck out of those trees. What? The baseball bat with saw blade has sharpness? Alright then. I actually didn't know that. The metal baseball bat with saw blade doesn't have sharpness. That's alright. Okay. Yeah. Definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. Here we are back at base. Time for some cooking. Got a couple of cartons of eggs. Fresh from my chickens. Those eggs are now cooked eggs. And we've got a lot of rabbit parts in the fridge here that are already cooked. We are going to add full parts until we're out of full parts. So 2 helpings of rabbit and 1 full egg is actually exactly 30. And I'm here for it. So that's 10 from a rabbit, and then another 10 from a rabbit, and then 7 from a cooked egg, and then 3 from the cooked egg left over. That is a solid 30 right there. Alright, we've got about an hour and a half left through the night. I'm going to go ahead and get 9mm magazines loaded. So we brought 3 boxes of 9mm here. And we have an entire duffel bag full of 9mm magazines that are empty. 3 boxes is 150 bullets, 15 per magazine, so that is a ratio of 3 to 10. So we're just getting out a total of 10 empty magazines. And then it's time for some clickety-click. Open box, open box, open box, and then click, click. And then fast forward. What's up, KTO? How's it going? And just like that, we have 10 full 9mm magazines. We have a little bit of time left. I'm going to go ahead and read. I suppose Electrical 3 is probably the most relevant right now. I don't get it. I really don't. I'm going to pull the truck out of the way. It's probably the only thing I can think of that's causing her to suddenly not know how to path to her own chair. The auto-pathing in this game has taken a strange nosedive lately. Whenever you're trying to place something on the ground, or now certain situations where you're trying to auto-path in, like, to sit down on a chair even. I don't get it. I really don't. But I do know that something that's close to blocking her could be causing the problem. So we're getting this out of the way. $15 rolls of fabric, yeah. You could probably get pretty close to 10 with that, just even without the books. I forget exactly how many we used on Nora, but we were able to make bolts of cloth just willy-nilly because we were, that was after the flax harvest and drying up. So now can I sit down? Yes. Not like the car was in the way, but it doesn't have to be. Alright, now the real thing to find out whether we're going to be able to do more combat operations. How's the weather? It's bright and beautiful. A little chilly, but that's okay. So we're going to top up our water, get a couple of salads, and we are off. Oh, we also need to make some coffee. I'm glad I checked. We used up our coffee last time to keep going. That is no longer going to be necessary because now when we get tired and we're in the area of the Guns Unlimited place, we actually have a place to sleep out there now. Can't do too much other things other than sleep, but it works. Alright. Coffee just in case, of course. That's my salad's at. Should be 2 days of food here, because each of them are worth 30, and you generally degrade about 60 hunger a day. $360 or $180 after placing items. Just turn 360 degrees and walk away. That's all you gotta do. Where the fuck did these guys come from? Like, where in the actual fuck did these guys come from? Okay. A little bit of a ground war, but long before we even get to Guns Unlimited then. I'm cutting off the engine for this. Alright, homies. Here goes nothing. I'm awake. I swear. This forest to the north is an unknown factor, so I don't want to be too close to any trees up here. I already see one a little bit further to the west than north. Nice steady drip feed. Yeah, this guy right here. He was on this side the whole time. Maybe he was the only one. Maybe there's more. Who knows? I have no idea where all these guys came from in the first place, so... I don't think they came from Guns Unlimited. We're too far away. They wouldn't have any incentive to come out here, as far as I know. Maybe they just like intersections for some reason. I mean, that's exactly what happened with the other area that they just seem to keep reappearing. That doesn't really make sense. Right outside of Phallus Lake. Maybe there were just a bunch down in this cornfield down here. Well, okay, so this one is coming from probably the direction where the radio tower is in the woods. The radio tower is a little ways in there. So if you're not familiar with Guns Unlimited, there's sort of like a radio tower that's like to the southish And that's where some of the Zeds who come from outside Guns Unlimited and end up coming around the fence, that's where some of them come from, but I feel like that's a little too far away for driving sounds or gunshot noises. Yeah, we definitely can't see it from here. If I hit M... the radio tower is kind of like right here in this little green area that is next to the barn and the shed there. And we're all the way down here. Yeah, there's a zero chance that any handguns are drawing them down here. Maybe a shotgun, but we don't have shotguns. We haven't been using any yet. I'm holding out till higher level aim before I start shooting shotguns right now. We didn't toot any horns in this direction. The only place we tooted any horns recently was inside of Guns Unlimited's fencing area. So I am baffled, bamboozled, as it were. Here we are, Guns Unlimited. Very smelly zone at the moment with lots of corpses. The dead kind, not the moving kind. Got a few coming out of the building. I don't know how many. I'm going to go ahead and engage, but if it gets heavy, we're going to fall back. Kind of keeping myself in this area so I can glance over my shoulder to make sure nobody's coming from this direction. They have a tendency to sometimes come around the entire building sometimes. There's a fair few in here still. Yep. Just gonna let the appearance of myself pull a few of them out. Yeah, we definitely... The distribution of them in there feels weird. Especially after all the recent noise that I made out here. Makes me wonder if the interior of the building was even spawned in when we did the group burn out here. It would have been truly tragic if the interior hadn't even spawned in at the time. Because that means that they could be still crawling all over the interior here. And a uniform distribution, too. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's see who has the temerity to come out here. Some of the, like 3 or 4 of those guys were slow. For anybody joining, welcome. We have arrived at Guns Unlimited after a little bit of prep work. And now we are starting to dip our toes into the building. I'm going to axe a few of these guys. Maybe? I can pull them apart. I can pull them apart. They're slow. Whenever I see a bunch of zombies next to each other, I'm always hesitant. But if they're all slow, you can make a few things happen. See, that thing where you have to come to a complete stop to turn around, that is another thing that I don't know if it's a bug or a feature. It's new as of the latest version. Say I'm walking this way and I go into the combat stance in the other direction, I have to stop and turn around. That has significant implications for a few things. I've subconsciously learned to live with it. I cannot imagine how people are enjoying sprinters with a problem like that. Anything that disrupts your movement for even a second is going to be felt tremendously by anybody who has to deal with sprinters in extinction mode. And normally I don't like to talk about sprinters because they're normally not, I mean, they never used to be relevant to gameplay balance of the canonical settings because it used to be that sprinters were just a sandbox setting that was never turned on by default. But now, there's an entire game mode that actually includes sprinters. I'm not playing it currently, but I'm now thinking about, you know, hey, look at that, we got a key to a shooting range here. But I am now thinking about that because it is something the devs are clearly thinking about. I mean, if they're going to add it to the base game, then yeah, that means they're thinking about it. So just to add something that disrupts the player movement while also adding to the canonical settings enemies with improved movement capabilities, it boggles the mind. I sincerely hope this is just a bug. I sincerely hope you're right, Mario. I don't know if I've seen any Steam discussions on it. Bastard. Hiding around the corner like that. I should put on the mask. We're now in the serious stench zone here. It's only going to help me so much, too. Looks like they did manage to break the door to the jail segment back here. I think somebody had asked about sledgehammers being necessary in this place. If you didn't get the key to the joint, then that door back there would be one of the only ones that would be truly difficult to break without a sledgehammer. But it's doable. Like, you could break it down eventually. It's not like those unbreakable shutter gates that literally require a sledgehammer. Now, the thing I hate most about this area are the hallways. I seriously dislike the hallways and I've had a couple of different approaches of dealing with the hallways. One of them that I did in the past, I didn't do it this time around. It just didn't feel right in our current progression. But something I did in the past is I actually just... What? Hang on. What brought you down here, huh? Something I did in the past was I used a sledgehammer to break open one of the walls over here. And that got me access to, this is sort of a break room area in the corner here. And all that really did was make it so that when I made noise out here, like gunshots or whatever, the ones who are inside the building would just be able to mosey straight on out to me. So that helped empty out all the hallways. But it also, later on, it created a vulnerability where if anybody from, you know, wandering around the fence and coming in the front area there, that gave them direct access to the interior, which meant that I could get pincered inside and was nasty. Didn't like it. Didn't really happen that much, but it once or twice is all it takes, right? You can see I'm getting heated there. That's probably immune response. Being around corpses, that tells me I'm probably queasy soon here. I did a little bit of running, but it wasn't that much. So instead of the hallways, I'm just going to kind of move in the general direction of the sales floor here. How am I playing the whole of the afternoon? Well, yeah, no, we're probably in different time zones, Kraken. I'm in Eastern Standard. I have a job that has a lot of early morning work, but once all the early morning stuff is done, then my afternoons are relatively free. And on Mondays and Fridays, I can work from home. So, technically speaking, I'm still working. If anything comes through on my work line, I have to stop what I'm doing and take it, but that doesn't happen very often because people don't come to me very often these days, and I'm not exactly going to go out there and remind them that they should be bothering me all the time, now would I? But during the week, and this is why I don't normally stream Project Zomboid on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. During the week, I have to work on site. Which means a place that doesn't even have more than one bar of self-service. And not only is there no streaming, there's very little anything, ever. It's actually proving to be not the worst thing in the world for my writing capabilities, because I've been able to get a little bit of writing done on the book that I've been writing for a couple decades. I would say I would agree with you if only I don't exactly have anywhere to move up in life, if that makes sense. Not exactly making a lot of money right now. And the only way to make more money would be to assume a lot more responsibility that would completely eliminate all my free time. And, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that, so I'm not doing anything for it. Not yet. The line of work that I'm in, just general IT with a little sprinkle of cybersecurity here and there. I like it. It's a lot of fun, but I've learned through very, very specific experience that if you become that guy that people go to with their problems, people will go to you for their problems, and you don't make any more money when they do. You end up doing a lot more work and not actually making any more money for it. Don't be that guy. When they want to add another task to your workload, just don't say no, just say how much. Yeah. So there's definitely still people in the hallways there. I could hear the mouth breathing. I think I'm going to do a thing. Well, there's several things. Missed me breaking in. Yeah, the Gray's Gray, we actually did a lot of what you're seeing here was yesterday near the end of the stream. So if you wanted to catch how we broke into this place, probably like the last 2 or 3 hours of yesterday's stream was the vast majority of what we did here. Earlier in the stream today, it was mostly just coming back from our home base so that we could, we had to stop by there to top up the generators, check the crops, everything. All my hemp died. No surprise there. Hemp is another one of those crops that's just 100% impossible to grow right now. Use only my machete. Limited firearms usage. We did a couple of open range shootings outside of the fenced area so far. We have not done very much inside. We haven't started the looting process yet, Jimmy's. But yes, generally you do get some good loot. That's, yeah, the noisemaker. I haven't tried it yet on this patch. When we tried the noisemaker on Nora, it was abysmally less powerful than I expected it to be. The noisemaker almost seemed useless when I tried it on Nora, and that was just last patch. So unless they've fixed something with it in 42.16, noisemaker is currently not really a realistic anything. So I don't know, Boris. I have no idea why my hemp died, but it's now dead. It was okay up through like the middle of last stream, but I think, you know what? Let me check something here. Hang on. So if I go to my discovered recipes and media, here we go to agriculture. Scroll down to the H's. H. I went past it. I know my out. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm going to pause it really quick here. This. Now, the planting season, quote unquote, is not a hard and fast rule. I'm going to pull up Photoshop so that we can actually read this, because I know a lot of people can't read my tiny text on screen here. It's a consequence of streaming in 4K. So here's what it says for hemp. Min water 30, average time of grow 240 days, planting season August, September, October, best month September, poor month October. We planted it in October, admittedly. Usually what it means when you plant it in the poor month is that you have to start composting and fertilizing it just to get it to stay ahead of the growth phase, because otherwise the tail end of the growth phase will be in an invalid month. But the problem is we didn't get anywhere near the tail end of the growth phase. As you can see, 240 days. That's a long growth phase. We would be harvesting this next fucking year, in like the middle of next year. And yet, the seeds were still alive as of November. It is now December, and everything was dead. I think it died because hemp doesn't have the cold hardy flag. I think that's why. A very interesting gaming position. Yeah, thanks. It's just a recliner. I was thinking about firing up the, you know what, we're doing it. I'm looking at the game files because I know exactly where to look for this. We go to Zomboid, we go to the game directory, we go to media. Or was it under Lua? Hang on. I actually had it written down. I had it written down exactly where it was. Yes, because I took this as a note when we were talking about tobacco. Media Lewis server farming vegetable comp vegetables.lua. So that is our path that we're looking for here. Farming _ vegetableconf.lua. Okay. Just vegetableconf _ vegetables. Okay. Just to give you guys a window into how little they've fucked with this. The last time this file has been changed, the date modified on it, is December 11th, 2025. So for all of 2026 so far, they have not touched farming, as far as I can tell. So we're just going to do a search for hemp. And here it is. I will zoom in a little bit so you can see this better. So we've got hemp right here. Time to grow 960. I don't know what that means because it shows right here that it's 240 days. So what 960 is to 240 days, I don't fucking know. Some sort of timekeeping system that the game uses, I'm sure. There's mature, there's full grown. Now let's check something here. I want to compare it to something we know can grow in the winter, which would be wheat. Here it is. So here's wheat. Bad month, sow month, best month, risk month. Okay, here it is. Cold hardy equals true. This right here, I have read in certain Steam discussion posts that cold hardy equals true is what a crop needs to have appended to it in order to grow through the winter. We're going to go back to hemp really quick. And would you look at that? Would you look at that? It does not have the flag cold hardy equals true, which means the moment the temperature gets below a certain level for too long, it all fucking dies. And yet, it's got a growth phase of 240 days, and we're supposed to plant it in September. It is literally 100% impossible to grow hemp. I understand that it's unfinished. I really do. We're playing an unstable beta, of course. I understand it. But when all you have to do is add one flag, cold hardy equals true, to a file, and then suddenly it actually functions as intended, at what point do you decide that they have completely given up on this system, and therefore it's not even worth your fucking time engaging with? I should have crossed that point a long time ago. I should have crossed that point with tobacco. When I realized that tobacco was 100% impossible to grow because they refused to change 2 or 3 numbers in that exact same file we were just looking at, that should have been my breaking point. But that's a me issue. That's a me issue. I should have realized that the devs of this game give so little of a fuck about agriculture right now that they cannot change a couple of fucking numbers in a file. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there. They probably are just like, no, we're not going to touch agriculture until we fix this, this, and this. That's the most charitable interpretation I can think of. And it does kind of make sense. I mean, a lot of people aren't exactly complaining about agriculture. But, I mean, so a lot of people are complaining about agriculture, but the baseline of the complaints are like, fuck growing seasons, dude. Just let us grow cabbage in the winter. I have seen a lot of people talk about that because they liked the fact that they could do that in B41. There's not usually too much loot in these ents, but... Ooh, I might be wrong. Hang on. Holy shit, there's an M16. Okay, disregard everything I just said. Disregard everything. Look at all that beautiful, beautiful. We've got... Okay, this... We've got 6 more M16s, I think. Yeah, we have 6 more M16s. How many crops are not growable in the current state? Of what I know, you know what? Let me check one thing really quick. I'm going to pause it again. There was one other crop that I was about 90% sure was ungrowable, and I think that's hops. Yes, hops has the same problem. So, hops requires you to plant it in the fall, and it does not have cold hardy. So, just like hemp, hops will fucking die after you plant it. I don't know if they've fixed... Let's take a quick look at agriculture again. It's a passion project, but their passion is excessively selective. The passion that the devs have for this game is excessively selective, to the point of me wondering exactly what it is they're passionate about. I know they're passionate about some things, but other things I have a lot of questions about. That's my take on that. They have not fixed tobacco, as far as I can tell. This is something I reported in May of 2025, so it's almost been a full year now. But just to drive the point home, this always comes up. Tobacco. Average time to grow, 180 days. Planting season, March, April, May, June, July. That's 5 months. What's 180 days, everybody? Let's do some math. 30 days to a month. 180 days divided by 30. That's 6 months. That's 6 months, Cindy Stone. Why does tobacco have a growing season of 5 months? I don't know. Because, you see, when a crop exists outside of its planting season, with some exceptions, it seems, the cold hardy crops can grow throughout the winter without being in their planting season. But this particular crop just seems to fucking die after a certain point. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe planting season is actually not what it used to mean. What it used to mean is if a crop existed outside of these months, it would just fucking die. That's what it used to mean. Maybe it doesn't mean that, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'm going to be real with you. I don't think I'm going to be planting any tobacco to find out, but whatever. We're not here to talk about crops today. I just kind of wanted to point that out because when I opened the stream this morning, I was greeted with the lovely realization that hemp is ungrowable. So, all right. Let's get out some garbage bags and just pull all the stuff out of these tents and leave it for pickup. Yeah, Lua is the coding language that you would want to learn if you want to do mods. Learning Java would help because the game's code is written in Java, but mods have to be written in Lua. Mod binaries can't execute Java code arbitrarily. That's a security thing. So I'm just focusing on ammo first. So what I'm doing right now is we've got a garbage bag full of ammo, and then we've got some loose boxes. I am going to assemble a few cartons because I do believe that we are... I think all we've picked up so far is like a couple of 12 gauge and like mostly 5.56 and 9mm. So that's probably a couple of cartons of those. So pack into carton. Yeah, we can do 2 cartons of 5.56. That is, 5.56 is what the M16 shoots. So it actually makes sense that we have a bunch of that. Next, we can do a carton of 9mm. Yes, Lua is... I have mixed feelings on it. I have been able to successfully write a few things in it, but I have not learned the ins and outs of the language because I find a little bit... I don't know, it just doesn't speak to me necessarily. It's a personal thing. There's probably there's a reason it's used very commonly. Definitely. Okay, I've emptied all of the containers. Now we can get all this other stuff out of the way. Just drop the containers over here. Alright, that's a lot of stuff just for these lockers. A taste of what we're going to find inside, I hope. So tons and tons of 9mm and pistols and an MSR-7T. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove all of the upgrades. It was a total of 7 M16s in this area. So the days of the M16 being extremely rare to the point of it being almost a meme, those days are long over, it seems. Until maybe this is all just a work in progress. Maybe we are still trying to balance firearm amounts. They've changed it twice in the past couple builds, so I expect it to change further. I mean, it is definitely... The M16 may be a trap for a lot of players, right? Because I actually heard some folks in chat the other day talking about full auto. And my statement on full auto has always kind of been that full auto is not for zombie fighting. Full auto is for PvP. player versus other human, and whether that human is an NPC or another player. Because the whole point in real life of automatic weapons fire is to force your opponent to either take cover or get shredded. So 99 times out of 10, that results in them just taking cover and keeping them suppressed in cover. Zombies don't think that way. They don't operate. They don't care about their own well-being. So the fundamental purpose of automatic weapons fire is kind of not really what you should be going for. The way I figure it is, I mean, I'm speaking as just somebody who kills a lot of zombies in a video game. If you've got a lot of targets coming at you, but you cannot kill them fast enough by controlled semi-automatic fire, then just walk backwards a little bit and get some distance, and then take them out with controlled semi-automatic fire. It just does not make sense to me to be pissing away your ammo in full auto mode, because there is nobody on this planet who is dexterous enough to control a weapon during full auto and somehow actually nail headshots every single time. It doesn't happen. That's not even Rambo does that. So we got a garbage bag with M9s in it. I know for a fact we won't be able to fit all of the M16s in there. We won't even be able to fit the M16s into their own bag. Just for my own sense of mind, I'm going to change it to single fire for all of these. Now, I am of the opinion, I'm a pretty big Second Amendment supporter, but I have seen people make the argument that civilian ownership of automatic weapons should be based on certain situations where sometimes you need to wipe out an entire horde of hogs that are attacking your farm, which actually, that is a real thing. That actually does happen. Sometimes large groups of hogs will actually attack you, and hogs are fucking dangerous. If you allow them to get close to you or your crops, your harvest is gone, or you are seriously injured if not killed. And while, yes, you could use automatic weapons to deal with that, it's the same principle. Hogs are not exactly intelligent creatures. They're not going to be taking cover. So it's not the best argument in favor of... Really, you should be making the argument on principle. Shall not be infringed. That is the sentence that should be the baseline of all argumentation in favor of the Second Amendment. But it doesn't work because people are soft. Very soft. And you know what they say about soft men. Something about soft men in hard times. I think that's everything in both of these. Yep. Okay. We've wiped out one tent. Automatic weapon for bipedal hogs. The key word there is bipedal. There actually was a box of 30-30 in there. Why would there be 30-30 in a military lockup? That is the strangest thing I've seen in a while. I'm being a little hyper-specific, but I can actually fit the cartons in addition to these. Yeah, there we go. So that's just three full garbage bags right there. Garbage bags are very standardized loot container size for me. Ever tried using the lighters that use batteries? Yes. Gaming Wonder, those are really good because you can make them yourself. In fact, I think I actually have all the materials to make one. Improvised lighter is the name of the recipe. All I would need is some tape, so either adhesive tape or duct tape. The other materials are electrical wire and battery. And yeah, they work great. They basically solve the problem of not being able to light things sometimes. The fact that it does seem that other lighters are finite. So I'm going to use the remaining fatigue hours that I have left to do a little bit of progression in this direction. I'm not going to try to summon anyone further indoors until tomorrow morning. So up here we've got, on the left, is sort of a machine shop, probably for gun repairs or maybe even manufacturing. And then past that is the shooting range. The shooting range I have confirmed through painstaking research, as in going up there and killing all the zombies and then looking around. There's no loot up there. It's not like the, shit. I don't know where he came from. Dumpster diver, perhaps. It's not like the Irvington Gun Club where you go up to the shooting range and there's some racks of ammo up there. As far as I can tell, there's nothing up there but zombies. Fire trucks, ambulances, race cars. The only thing, so towing is a very specific problem right now. There are a lot of vehicles in the game right now that can tow backwards. If you're talking about towing forwards, the race car is the only car in the game that can reliably tow almost anything forwards. Not even the Corvette, which has actually similar horsepower to the race car. It's actually not far behind the race car in terms of total horsepower. Not even the Corvette can reliably tow most vehicles forward. When it comes to towing forward, you can only do it with something that has like 450 something or more horsepower, and then you can do it to a step van. Step vans can be towed forward. Specifically step vans. Most other vehicles cannot be towed forward by anything short of a race car. And you'll have to forgive me, but I do not need things that I can run over right now. Running around. Now, I gotta keep my head on a swivel, because this building right here, they could be all over the inside of it. Duct tape. And there's only like one unit of duct tape in there. I could actually use that to make an improvised lighter, I think. Just need a crafting surface. Yes, you should tow backwards. Generally speaking, towing backwards is far more reliable than towing forwards. And if you want to try towing forwards, I do recommend things like making sure both vehicles have good tires, like high-condition performance tires with all the tires at their max inflation. I think that maximizes your chances. But even then, it's very finicky. There have been times where even my favorite vehicle, the ambulance, which strikes a perfect balance of storage space and engine power, there have been times where even the ambulance has been unable to tow forward a step van. Yeah, I don't know anything about the under the hood numbers. Cracking the. I just go by feels when it comes to vehicles because the numbers just don't add up to me. It's not like I can look at the can I look at the vehicle page in game and see torque? No, I can't. Torque is one of those engine numbers. And when I say engine, I mean game engine numbers. We have one guy inside of the fence here. I'm gonna poke him. Well, I was gonna poke him, but he wanted to go for the fucking door. Wait a minute, is this fence? This fence might not be attackable. Now, killing that guy so close to the wall could have very easily woken up somebody on the inside of the building. And what that's going to do is it's going to cause them to go in one of two directions. All the way up there, where I believe there's a way in and out, or all the way down here, where we know there's a way in and out. Because there's no other way in and out of the building, except for either side here. So one thing I always sometimes consider doing here is busting open a hole in the wall, sometimes like right here next to the fence. Since I have a crowbar, I might actually remove the dumpsters as a factor. There is adhesive tape in the trash there. Because of that, I am now capable of building a improvised lighter without having to use duct tape, because duct tape is used for a lot of things. There's somebody to my left. She's probably inside the building. Or maybe that's her right there.
Hey. Hey.
Oblivious. Sometimes you just gotta disrespect people to get their attention. Alright, now that I'm reasonably sure there's not going to be too many people coming into the building, I'm going to take a quick peek inside of this building here. This room is clear. This one is always tricky because there's a door right there. And the simple act of going back there and opening that door sometimes attracts attention from people outside the building back here. That's why I kind of pull these guys all the way back there before I kill them. Don't know if it'll help, but I do it anyway. Almost definitely somebody in that room. And I don't really care about it. This is not, there's no gun loot back here. The only thing back here is peace of mind while I'm trying to loot the main building. Clear everybody out of this place, and the main building becomes easier to deal with. There could be some blowtorches or something that, if I could locate them, I'd be happier. Always down for more blowtorches. Hello there, where did you come from? Probably this one right here probably came from around back. Because remember, this building right here, the fab, is another one of those buildings that has no entrance in the back. See that? So if zombies want to go in or out of it, they've got to go all the way around it. And that means they're either going all the way around behind you or all the way around in front of you. We're close to bedtime here, so I'm going to go ahead and fall back a little bit. We've got a place to sleep right here. We don't have to go all the way back to our main base. Looks like we've got about 60 encumbrance that we could fit in our main trunk. So I will keep that in mind. Now here's something we can do to actually make it easier to move the loot. This is a bit of an exploit. It's not always going to work. But right now, magazines don't change their weight when you load them with bullets. So this carton of 9mm, actually not the carton, we're just going to take 6 boxes of 9mm that we found recently here. 6 boxes, put those into my backpack. And as an overnight task, we're just going to shove all 6 of those boxes into 20 magazines of 9mm. What do I think of special infected? Depends on what makes them special. Are we talking about sprinters here? Because I've talked about sprinters before. I have a lot of opinions about sprinters, and most of those opinions boil down to the game is based around movement superiority. What is our movement superiority over sprinters? As far as I know, we don't have any. They can move as fast as we do. So, I'm not even going to say that that makes the game not good, but that does eliminate what the game has been building up for its entirety so far. Because the whole fundamental aspect of melee combat in the game, in its canonical state, is you move faster than the zombies as long as you're not wounded. But if that's not the case, sprinters remove that paradigm. So what's your new paradigm? What is the counter to sprinters? As far as I can tell, there is none. And that just turns every single sprinter encounter into a reflex challenge. And I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, man, I got the reflexes for that. It's not just that. There's also the aspect of getting surrounded by a mixture of regular zombies, and then a sprinter comes in and then fucks up your entire... It's not a fair proposition right now, and as far as video games go. I've always said, just give me a dodge button and we're good. But there's other forms of special infected that you could be talking about. Left 4 Dead had a lot of them. But I mean, as you get further and further down that rabbit hole, you get closer and closer to a game just like Darktide or Left 4 Dead, where it's not really as much about the day-to-day survivals of an apocalypse. It becomes more about constant battle of Q responses, if that makes sense. 2 sprinter on you. If you don't have the fence, you're dead. Yeah, I mean, there's... how do sprinters react to being pushed? Because that always is, that with regular zombies, when I get one close and I don't have the action economy to double tap them, I'll usually push one. But that's a roll of the dice. Even when I take strong and I'm strength level 10 because of fire officer, I still can't push them down every time. It's like a 2 out of 3, maybe. How would I solve the sprinter issue? Dodge. A dodge button. It's deceptively simple. If I am facing this direction and I hit the dodge button to the left or the right, I should go from this tile to that tile, or from this tile to that tile. And it should take a number of seconds, that is, an amount of time that is up to balance decision. It should take an amount of time for them to react to me. So I should be able to sidestep to this tile here in a very short space, and the zombie should take a moment to retarget me. So by sidestepping, I'm over in this tile, the zombie is still going for this tile, because that's where the sprinter saw me last, and then as it's going for that tile, I slap it, and it's dead. And if there's multiple sprinters, then I stagger this one, I dodge again, stagger the next one, and you can turn that into a really compelling gameplay flow. And I say that as somebody who's played Darktide for about 1,200 hours. It works. It really does. You just need a really good combination of attack telegraphs and audio cues and whatnot to actually make it work and reward the people who are capable of responding to those sorts of things. Now, I don't know if Zomboid is... I don't know if our new game director is going to put all that effort in. I think he's just going to leave extinction mode in there as a... just something for the adrenaline junkies to fuck around with until they realize it's unfair. Or continue bashing their head against it forever. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the mindset of people who are actually willing to play with sprinters. All I know is I feel like they're missing something. So we now have 6 boxes of 9mm and 29mm empty magazines. So I can go back upstairs and spend some time loading magazines. And this doesn't even require light. Not very compelling gameplay, but there's no point in wasting my flashlight battery if I don't need to. Open 6 boxes of 9mm. And time for some clickety-click. There's 20 loaded 9mm magazines, 300 bullets, and it only weighs 4 encumbrance, so I'm here for it. Yeah, I mean, and if you're an adrenaline junkie who enjoys really fast-paced combat, I can't recommend Darktide hard enough. It's a very fun game. It's a really fun game, and there's a lot of really high adrenaline moments, especially in the higher difficulty, where you can pull off some crazy shit, just by, you know, responding to things appropriately. I'm also going to just go get a book now, because that is all of the magazine loading I can do for the immediate moment. I think all of these M16 magazines are empty, but I'm going to double check, since I can't tell by weight. Okay, yes, they are all empty. We have a total of 46 M16 magazines now. God knows exactly how many M16s that is total. So there, and there's the question, Gaming Wonder. I've actually shown this a few times in the past, but it bears repeating. I will pull up a video, one of my favorite videos, one of my favorite moments in Darktide. Darktide being a first-person game, it's a little bit difficult to follow what's going on when you're not actually in the driver's seat playing the game. But I'm going to have her read electrical while we look at this. So our character is reading a book, and we are now going to take a peek at one of my DT vids here. The Surge crit isn't that good. Oh, here we go. I have a meme video of this, but this is the full video of it. So if you're not familiar, Darktide is a four-person game where you're just kind of a reject thrown into the 40K universe to accomplish a mission, and the mission parameters are usually very specific. You go in there and kill somebody or retrieve something, and there's waves of enemies that you have to fight through on the way. Not unlike Left 4 Dead. It's basically just taking the Left 4 Dead formula and expanding on it. But the part that I like a lot is right here. Most of the team has died at this point. We've been ambushed by a lot of heavy armor enemies. Now, the heavy armor enemies, the only way to deal with them is to sidestep them, And there's also disablers. So you've got heavy armor, you've got disablers. Disablers come in many forms. What we're seeing on the screen right now, to the right of my hand there, that's a trapper. And what we're seeing on the left side, that's a mutant that's just rushing right past me because he's missed me. So I'm going to go back a couple of seconds here, and we'll watch that again. So the mutant is right there. I'm just dodging pathologically at this point. And he's already gone right past me. Now, another thing that I just did that I don't know if this is something that would be a good mechanic for Zomboid, but the trapper right there, because I heard the audio cue in my right ear, I turned around and pushed her, and I queued up the push before I even turned. So the trapper is to my right as I'm backing up here. And I push, and then the trapper is staggered, and then I see a red line. I see a red line, that's a sniper. There, I didn't even mention the dog. The dog is right there. I dodge again. I chop the dog with my sword. Then there's a sniper. Fuck if I know where it even is. But I'm sidestepping, and by sidestepping, the dodge pulls me away from the sniper's beam, right? So there's just... And then I stagger the heavy armor. There's the mutant again. I dodge backwards to stay ahead of the mutant. And there's the mutant again. That time I just kind of backed up. This guy, I'm killing him with spam, and then dodge to the left, get out of the mutant's way. And so you kind of see that if you do dodges right, you can make some really good gameplay out of it. And it allows a skill threshold that, as you can see from the rest of my team, they never fucking stood a chance for the rest of that. This particular encounter wiped everybody out. But when you... And then this time, that was a little bit gamey. I jumped over the fire, and now I'm sliding out of the poison gas. And then it's just, this... You can... And it's all thanks to a few select mechanics, right? The push block is one of them. Zomboid already has that. But it's not reliable, and that's a big problem. With sprinters, you really want your push to actually knock them down. So if that's another thing that now I'm just thinking about it. If you made it so that push was 100% reliable against sprinters specifically, maybe sprinters are just whatever it is that makes them a sprinter also makes them a little bit unstable, and maybe a single push is all it takes to unbalance them. Yeah, the turning back, standing still thing. KTO, Mario said that he thinks that's a glitch, and I hope he's right. I really do hope he's right. I didn't even think I mentioned it there. When this, I rescued this guy, the mutant comes at me, and I didn't even need to dodge that time. I just sidestepped him. So you can do things to make it so that sprinters are a more fair value proposition. You just got to make it so that they're not like other zombies that are just constantly, locked onto you as if they're turrets from Team Fortress, right? The zombies might as well be aimbots sometimes because they're always locked onto you unless you do something specific to get them off of you. So there's ways of making sprinters a very compelling proposition. I just don't think the game has any of the necessary mechanics for it. So a more reliable push and a dodge, those two things would go a long way right there. That is my overall take on sprinters and other specials. So now that we have gotten to 5 a.m., I'm going to eat a second bite of salad here. We'll catch our second sleep, and then we will resume what we were working on there. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They have messed up a few things about Nimble. All right, so we had a little bit of snow last night, but it doesn't look like it's constant right now. It might be on and off. I'm going to go ahead and put my mask on before I go out there because we're still definitively in the stink zone here. Put away the book. Done with it for the immediate moment. And these bowls as well. We've still got about half a day's worth of food. And we can probably stretch that. Now what I'm going to do is take out of the vehicle here. I've got a crowbar that I always carry around. I'm going to take that out of the glove compartment because we're going to use it to remove the dumpsters. And I'll show you why after we get them out of the way. I'm going to deal with him first. Don't need anybody bothering me while I do this. Yes, and that another thing, gaming, that I agree with. If you're going to add dodges to a game like this, it makes perfect sense for Nimble to be one of those things that improves your capabilities. Alright, so now I have a crowbar in my backpack. I can pick up these dumpsters. Dumpsters block line of sight, so I don't want them doing that. We've already emptied these. That's what we did last night. Looks like we've got just a few degrees above freezing, so I expect this rain will stay rain instead of snow. So that's all of the dumpsters out of the way. I am now going to put away the sledgehammer, or I'm sorry, I'm going to put away the crowbar and get out the sledgehammer. Now, this is going to be a bit of a power move, and it's going to be dangerous. I'm actually going to go ahead and put on some armor. I'm going to put on my desert camo jackets, which will give me a little bit better protection. The insulation will be about the same. And I'm also going to put on my metal gloves, which are a bit uncomfortable, but don't otherwise fuck with anything else. I do have a bicycle helmet. Actually, it might match my desert camo jacket, believe it or not. Let me see what this looks like when I'm wearing all this. Oh, I can't afford to wear shin pads. That sucks. If I wear shin pads, then the knee pads have to come off. And then suddenly I have nothing protecting my thighs. So we can't do that. Shin guards are not going on until we have thigh guards as well. You know what? I don't hate it. For my protection levels are much better, relatively speaking. What the fuck? Why did temperature go down by like 6 degrees just now? I don't understand it. We're getting closer to midday, so it should be getting warmer. I think we've got some bullshit going on right now. Alright, so the reason I got rid of all those dumpsters is because I believe this fence is one of the unattackable fences. So if I blow a hole in the wall right here, it means that zombies will come out of the building right here in front of this fence and have to go around it to get to me. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and take the truck back a little ways and leave it running because I might need to bail the fuck out. Last of Us bloaters. That does not sound like something I would be interested in having to deal with in this universe. Yeah, it is. You would have thought that we had just switched over to the other biome. Christmas sweater and big roast. Not at the moment, but we'll definitely have something nice. I might do a cake. I might do a cake or something, and we do have Christmas lights now. Well, I would need to go collect one or two other vehicles, and then we'll have Christmas lights. But, in any case, here goes nothing. Now that may, in and of itself, have gotten a fair bit of noise made. So I'm falling back right away. I'm going to put the sledgehammer away. And it looks like the noise of our vehicle has attracted some attention. Right, here goes nothing. So I'm not familiar with the various types of Last of Us enemies, but whenever I think of enemies in a game like that, I always think about things in terms of melee, ranged, fast, slow, disabler, things like that. Do we have any disablers in that game? If so, what are the specifics? It's like when I think about Darktide, which I know very well, I think about things like hounds, which will pounce on you, mutants, which will grab you and throw you around. Left 4 Dead had, it's been a long time since I played it, smokers, I think. The ones with the really long tongues that would like grab you and pull your feet out or something. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lure this one back a little ways, like back behind the fence here, and I'm going to shoot her. And we're just going to kind of chill here for a second and see what that brought upon us. That brought a fair few upon us. That's why I left the vehicle running. Now we're going to need to have our head on a swivel, because just because I made this hole in the fence here, which should have made it so that anybody inside can come this way and get to us faster. I don't know if that's going to be true. Oh, okay. This is an attackable fence. We've got one on our 6 there. We're good. We're good. It could get hairy, but we're good. Nine mil is at 0. Reload. Said reload. God damn fucking jams. I'm level 5. This should be over. 9 rounds. Falling back. One coming around. I've lost access to my truck, that's fine. We'll manage. I hate shooting at crawlers. Got some coming in from outside now. Left. Look at that, I'm sick. What a fucking shock. Ready for reload. Slight problem. We loaded a shit ton of magazines, but they're all up in our vehicle. So we are going to have to be sticking to 38 special here. Or melee. Probably the latter. One coming around from behind. A lot of slow ones now. One behind is a medium. And melee this guy. Don't want to be discharging too close to the fence right now. Wait, glue recharging filters? Why the fuck would I ever do that? Yeah, 100% correct about being able to make glue. I would never in a million years use glue for that. Not when glue is a linchpin material to make pipe bombs, or any remote bomb actually. Annoying, but victorious. Just had to fall back quite a little ways there. So here's the deal. I'm sick, and I could possibly be getting close to stage 2 sickness soon. I'm going to do a sweep for zombies. And then I'm just going to go sleep, even though it's the middle of the day. I'm just going to sleep the sickness off because there's no other way to get rid of it other than time. And I'm not ready to... It's not safe to loot yet. So we're going to focus on just meleeing these guys for now. And then we will go take a break. Okay, there's still a few all the way up there. That's fine. We've killed everybody further beyond that that we had to fall back from. Yeah, it's a little early to sleep, but that's just the reality of the current situation. It's the most productive thing I can do to get rid of the sickness without just straight up wasting time. I mean, it's always going to be a waste of time if you can't like safely do logistical things. No need to dismantle items yet because we don't have, I'm going to wait till I've read the book. I'm going to take off the stuff that's making me uncomfortable. That'll help with sleep. So, bicycle helmets and metal gloves. And this will get rid of the sickness. So, I actually reloaded when I should have just racked. So I do still have one full magazine here. So I can go replace six M9 magazines into my main. There's basically no point in carrying around this mask. It's not doing anything for me. Not without the filters. The Shima is perfectly fine without, if there's no filters. Empty magazines have their own bag now. Hey, look at that. The rain is gone and so is the fog. Well, yeah, I mean, it just gets rid of the sickness. I mean, I have, that's one of the many reasons that I established a safe place to sleep right next to a major combat zone. So that when I inevitably get sick, because I'm never going to have the wherewithal to constantly be changing the filters in those fucking respirator masks. I enjoyed it while the filters weren't a requirement or they weren't being used. But now it's just a waste of one encumbrance. The filters just don't last long enough. Those things should last days, but barely, if that. I had somebody describe how they were using them, where they only put the mask on right when they first got sick, and that makes sense. But then it's the same outcome eventually. Eventually, the filters get used up, and then you've got to go down the rabbit hole looking for more filters. And I'm already done with it. I haven't even gotten started doing it, and I'm already done with it. Stockpiling filters somewhere isn't the worst thing in the world. They only weigh 0.3 encumbrance. But what happens when you run out? You're eventually going to run out. What do you do then? Can you make your own filters? I didn't think so. This shit right here. Fucking... Okay, wood glue is less offensive. Okay, wood glue is a... But wait a minute, this is gas mask filter. That's useless to me. I can't wear a gas mask. Gas masks block your glasses. I literally can't fucking wear gas masks thanks to being short-sighted. So, fuck you too, Indy Stone. Sword is definitely near the end of its lifespan. What are we looking at here? No, it's like 80%. It's just low level long blade shit right here. That sounds about right. Oh, that's a fast shambler. Fucking... That's why I face that direction. Just sharpen my sword for a moment. There we go. Remember, you don't have to sharpen your swords, but if you don't, they last probably less than half as long as they otherwise would. Oh, look, we're sick again. What a fucking shock. This is my first time really dealing with sickness in the latest patch, and I'm not liking it, guys. It's really fucking annoying. It's the way it's implemented right now. It's literally just a punishment for killing zombies too quickly. Like, I'm trying the tricks of distributing them, and of course that's nowhere near good enough. Five corpses is enough for the baseline. One on my right. Now, stage 1 sickness doesn't necessarily really hurt you that much. I hate it for role-playing reasons because it's bullshit, but I also hate it at stage 2 sickness. You start losing your carry weight problems, and our passive kit would become too heavy for us to not get stage 2 encumbrance, so there's our endurance gone, and yeah, it spirals. Now, actually, there might be a way to get out of the stink if I go just in here for a moment. Yes, this is technically considered indoors. Okay, so I'm actually escaping the stink just by chilling in here for a minute. Maybe I should have brought that fucking book. Anyway, I'm gonna eat. See, at the end of the day, in order to stay ahead of the sickness moodle, now the most effective thing for me to do right now is just fast forward for a little bit while fucking standing here doing nothing. Because that's the only way for sickness to go away. I can't take some antibiotics or something and maybe inoculate myself against it. No. No. Only time can cure this bullshit. So, time goes by then. Time passes. Now, sickness is a 0 to 100 stat. The Moodle appears at 25. So the fact that the Moodle went away means we're still probably in the double digits right now. So I'm going to go ahead and rest. I'm just going to stand here for the next 20 minutes. And hopefully maybe that'll get us either, if not eliminate the sickness, it will get us to maybe the single digits. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Let's keep killing them. Get the shit over with. I saw somebody go around behind the building just now. That's always a good time. Now, if I had a shotgun, this is where I'd probably use it. Because now what I can do is lure them to come around behind the building there. Problem is, a shotgun has an incredibly loud radius, and therefore I would also be baiting them to come from behind. I'm gonna go ahead and get started with a little bit of looting. Who knows, maybe I'll find a JS3T or something like that and actually get a shotgun modded all the way up and maybe see if I can establish a kill zone with it. We have got our foot in the door on aiming level 6. We're about a tenth of the way in. So more like a toe in the door, but I'll take it. So now we've got light throughout all this area. Vast majority of army gear we've already got tons of. I feel like I can't say no to a Tiger Stripe camo. Here's more of the ammunition boxes. Lots more. The ones that probably shouldn't be loaded but are loaded. And I'm therefore going to absolutely make full advantage of the fact that they're loaded. What I'm doing is I'm going to bring them around back here. So these bulky ammunition containers have ammo boxes in them. So I empty all of the containers first, then we can sort through the boxes. And in fact, before I even do anything with the boxes, I'm going to start packing cartons, because a lot of what we're finding in these boxes is 556 or 762. So all we got to do is, instead of even bothering to take them out of the cartons, or I'm sorry, take the boxes out of the containers, let's just start packing cartons. And there we are. We've already got 3 cartons of 556. And now we just scroll back through the boxes and see if there's any we missed. Yeah, looks like 1 out of 20 of those boxes had some non-556 in it. Ah, I thought I parked so that I could reach the trunk. Curses. This is where the weakness of the State Trooper Mobile really shines, because I can't reach the trunk from the cab. But it's alright. It's an ambulance in every other way. So I'm going to put any 38 special that I pick up can go in there, because 38 special is my jam right now. Carry 130 bullets of that in my bandolier. I'm putting the military gear that is a little bit rare. Tiger Stripe, Urban Camo, some Desert Camo underlayers. Those are actually surprisingly lightweight. So I think that's actually more lightweight than the formal shirt, but I'm not 100% on that. In any case, I'll hold on to those. I'm also going to put just generic loot that I've picked up in here. Any ammo that I pick up that will go into the trunk should get its own bag here, so we'll call this garbage bag A. We don't have a lot of room in the trunk here, so ammo that is not in carton form probably needs to... Well, definitely needs to. Yeah, I mean, we've only got like 20-ish encumbrance left back here. I'm going to go ahead and start dropping ammo on the floor here. The question of where comes up. I don't like that spot right there because of the doors. And even if I close the doors, the window's right next to them. So I'm actually going to move these silly little move these ammo boxes out of the way, and then use the spot right here, because this is not a bad spot. There's nowhere to be encroached from directly in the right. They can only come from all the way back here, or somewhere to the north or the left. So like my immediate flank to the right is somewhat secure. Actually, foreign camo pants. I don't think I have those. I'll hold on to those. I'm just going to move these out of the way. What's in these lockers? Containers that are probably empty. So I'm just moving all this stuff out of the way so that I have a centralized spot to drop all the ammo that I'm going to pick up. Oh, like right there. So any loose boxes I pick up go here. And then we'll see what we can assemble into cartons. Pretty much a guarantee that I'm going to want the flag and these wanted posters. Ooh, there's a gas mask here. Let me show you guys exactly why wearing gas masks is worthless to me. Look at that. Suddenly, I can't see anything because people in this universe have no capability whatsoever of wearing glasses with a gas mask. Basically fucking pointless. I'll hold on to it anyway, just in case. Maybe, who knows? Maybe the devs will actually fix that in the next 2 or 3 patches before we have our save broken. I can hope, right? You know what, Kraken? I gotta try that. I gotta try that because yes, he's technically correct that lemongrass is for food poisoning, but food poisoning, as far as I know, all it does is increase the sickness stat, and that's exactly what corpse stench does. So it is possible that the whatchamacallit, the lemongrass might actually help. Even though it says, the tooltip for it says that it's meant to treat mild food poisoning. If, in actuality, if what that means is all it does is reduce sickness, then it's worth looking into. But I don't have any lemongrass right now, and that is something I won't be able to grow until spring. I think the planting season starts in... It's one of those ones that starts as early as... March, or maybe even February. Actually, I saw a few that lemongrass now has freshness. Well, can you dry it? That's another question. Planting season starts in March, so it's not one of those February ones. Kale, allegedly, you can plant it as early as February. Fucking wild. Green peas, you can plant as early as February. That's new. I always thought green peas was a little bit later after the start of spring. But yeah, it fucking blows my mind that there are things we can plant in February now. That right there that tells me that the devs have... I don't know exactly what that tells me. I don't want to be too cynical. I also don't want to be elitist. I've made the comment a few times that the devs are listening a little too much to the people who can't survive the first couple of months. Because those are the people who have been complaining about agriculture is useless now because we can't survive the first couple of months. Well, if you can't survive the first couple of months, I hate to say it, that's not an agriculture problem. That's a you problem. And that kind of mentality that, oh, I'm never going to survive longer than a few months, that right there, don't approach this game with that mentality. It's not going to result in a good time. I know a lot of people die anyway, even when they try, but mentality is a very important thing in that regard. It's the same thing when people are trying to recover when they're sick. Positive mental attitude goes a long way, and I can say that from personal experience. When I finally made the decision that I wanted to be better, it's not like it healed me overnight. It didn't do any of that, but it definitely felt like things were progressing better. I don't know. Mental attitude is a very important aspect of things that's often overlooked. So we're just picking up ammo at the moment. Now, speaking of food, I'm actually getting really hungry and I don't have any more perishables to eat. I do have some regular foods, not like some non-perishables that I'll probably chomp on. Oh, there's a vending machine right there. Could try our luck. Got about 15 or so left in the trunk now. Hey, you got some ginger ale. That'll take the edge off a little bit. Let me, actually, I want to look that up now. I'm going to take a quick peek at the crafting menu here and search for lemongrass. And click show all recipes, and then check acquired items, output items. It does not look like lemongrass can be dried. That's a damn shame. It's not specific to food sickness, though. It's just sickness. Like, sickness is a stat, a 0 to 100 stat on the character. Or are you talking about, like, it's been separated from sickness? Because there has always been a sickness stat, but I don't know. I have not looked at character stats in 2 or 3 builds. It's been separated. Interesting. So my sleep schedule is a little bit messed up from the having to go to sleep in the afternoon. I'm gonna go try to sleep after this shipment of ammo and see what happens. grab an electrical 3, and we're going to go read overnight here. We actually do need some food if we can nail some. What am I doing? There's some... I actually completely forgot about this. I do have backup food that is not calorie food. Literally have the cups full of cow's milk in the trunk. I'm an idiot. Forgot about them. Alright, off come the heavy armor. There should be a battery in my Alice kit, but there's not, because I'm a doofus and I forgot it. Good to know. My angle-headed flashlight has a little bit of battery power left. Can I read via the window? Way too dark still. It's about to be 5 a.m. Usually 5 a.m. is start of brightness for the cat's eyes people such as myself. No, not bright enough. So I'll turn on the flashlight for just a short bit here. There we go. Look at that, we're actually getting cold. Looks like we got a blizzard closing in. I'm going to close and reopen the game because I'm already done with there being water on the floor if we're going to have snow for the rest of the day. So I'm going to be right back. I'll just close, reopen the game. I should have hit quit the desktop because quitting the main menu is not enough. Quitting the main menu actually still leaves the water on the floor. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, if you get rain turn into snow, the water that is left on the floor from the rain will never go away until you close and reopen the game. Unless it turns back into rain and then stops. Basically, it has to be rain when the precipitation ends in order for the water on the floor to actually go away. Otherwise, it stays there forever. So if it's going back and forth constantly, sometimes there's a chance, but seeing as we just got cold because it's below freezing indoors, yeah, it's going to be snowing for the rest of the day, if most likely. But knowing my luck, I'm wrong about that. It's kind of cheating. It's not cheating, in the slightest. It shouldn't happen like that. The water should be gone. The water should not be there anymore. It should be ice, is what it should be. And if it was ice, and that was actually a thing, maybe it made us and the zombies both slip or something like that. Cool. That'd be cool. I'd enjoy that. I'm gonna do this until I'm tired enough to sleep because there we go. I knew that I was gonna be close to the threshold there. Hey, Daniel. We've had a bit of a barbecue. The results of it speak for themselves down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. We are currently at Guns Unlimited, and we annihilated probably about somewhere between 10 and 20% of the zombies here by using a generator, sacrificed an old generator, to pull them into the correct location. Then we throw a Molotov at them. And we've currently busted up our sleep schedule a little bit, but that's all right. We ended up sleeping in the middle of the day yesterday to get rid of some sickness. That just means I've got to get extra tired tonight. Armor back on. We are now on milk for the time being, so a cup of milk to shut the hunger up. Look at that. No water on the floor anymore. It's beautiful. Good riddance. Sloshy, sloshy, sloshy noises. So this back room here is not... Most of these shelves are not ammo, I believe. These are actually, if I remember, a variety of useful and unuseful stuff. Battery right there. I'm going to hold on to that. I wonder if this dust mask is better than the Shema, but not quite as good as the respirator. I hate that I have to think about that now, but yeah, I have to think about that now. So there's our spare battery for when the flashlight gets low. Some of this welding stuff I might bring home, but just want to get it all off the shelves first. See, basically, I'm picking up electrical items, but I'm not disassembling them just yet. The goal is to disassemble them after we've read the book, or at least made a little bit more progress through it. I believe you. Is that a tent of every color? That's a tent of blue, brown, yellow, and green, all in one box. Fascinating. I'm actually tempted. You know what? I'm going to put them in a garbage bag and kind of leave it off to the side as a low priority pull. Fishing basket has nothing in it, but the camping first aid kit does now. Never used to, but I'm here for it. Now the back room here behind the door that got broken, I don't know if we're going to find any guns or ammo back here. I know these shelves won't have any, but the lockers might actually... I think the lockers were empty last time I was here. Double check that. Oh no, they're actual guns. Excellent. This is a proper military locker gun loot table here. So we got a shotgun. Got a tactical shotgun. So we're gonna come back for that. All that stuff we'll come back for in a moment. Because right now it's just kind of focusing on clearing out anything non-gun. So I was saying we had a tent of each color. It might be a sleeping bag too. So we just picked up a blue plaid. And I do hear some mouth breathing on the other side there. If I wanted to have a sleeping bag for... This is a high quality sleeping bag. But I don't know if that actually changes anything. It'd be really cool if it did. There's only one sleeping bag that actually is called high quality. All the rest of them are normal. The name has changed. Interesting. Alright, I don't really care about the rest of them. I'm going to go ahead and drop this garbage bag elsewhere. I'm going to do a separate garbage bag. Actually, I should just put that out there. Do a separate garbage bag for the welding stuff and electrical stuff I just picked up. Because that's... I want it, but it's also lower priority. Total about 40 encumbrance over there. Alright, still focusing on ammo for now. Does animal blood serve any purpose? Last I had messed with it was several patches ago, and it basically increases your sickness by, I think, a similar margin as it restores hunger and thirst. Don't quote me on the hunger. I know that it will restore thirst. I do not know if it does hunger. Because I remember experimenting with it for a little while, just to see if there was anything I could do to make something other than just milk to drink to restore my hunger. I don't think I got anywhere with that. What the hell? There's a handy knife on his keyring. I didn't know you could do that. You can put a handy knife on your keyring. Huh. Fascinating. I don't know if I would want to do that, but it's an option apparently. Alright, time for some cartons. Except I can't because... Fuck. There we go. Can pack 3 cartons of shotgun from all of us. So we're breaking a few rules here. Whenever you're packing things into cartons, or really doing anything else in the crafting menu, if you're doing multiple, you only have to pick up into your inventory enough to do one, and then you stop having to pick things up. It's almost as if they didn't go full in on making you put everything into your inventory first. Or they just neglected to realize that the crafting menu can do multiples. Free sci-fi game called Intelligence. Interesting. So we now have more cartons than boxes, which is exactly what I like to see. Alright, all the loose boxes of ammo from this side. Now there's just these. When it comes to these, we've got all these ammunition boxes up top. We'll deal with those in a moment. I'm going to leave both these backpacks here. Or actually, let's get the cartons just out of the backpacks here. And let's get all the non-556 real quick. Six bulletproof vests. Nice. So we can pack 2 cartons of 762 with just what's in front of us. Only one of 556. Go figure. There's 38 special. Okay, that's all the cartons. So now I'm going to parse through all the individual ammo cans here. Okay. That is all of the ammo boxes for this center section and part of the north section. Let's double check the rest of this north section here. It's a fishing shop up here past this, but then here is a few more. We haven't touched these yet. It's all fishing gear, camping fishing gear. These right here. Ooh, more fishing. Fishing books. And it doesn't look like there's anything on these racks, but there are. Alright, that's the lion's share of everything. Yeah. Now, there is a lot more ammo here. It is in a place that is a little farther away from where we're at. We'll be looking at that at some point, possibly later this evening in the game. Another garbage bag A. There's not very much room left. And the trunk is just about full there. %100 full. Perfect. Alright, more carton assembly here. Hopefully. Yeah. Carton of 44 mag. .762. 12 gauge. .357. And that's all the cartons. Okay, so as I mentioned before, a lot more carton now than loose box, and that is a beautiful sight to behold. So this stuff is lower priority stuff. We've already got a pile of guns and ammo over here that we started from the tent. So the loose ammo that we've got is just going to go in with that. What I'd like to do actually is, if I can manage, I'm going to turn this area over here into a perfect fit for the trailer. So that all we'll have to do is come through with the trailer and put everything on the floor directly into the trailer. I actually think we've got that unlocked. Yeah, we're going to be like 0.4 over. I can fix that. $130 exactly on the floor right here. So there's the trailer filled up. Now, we were always going to have to do more than one trip. That was never even a question. Question now becomes, I think I'm going to, okay, what we're probably going to do is, on our first trip, we're going to take everything home that we can fit. And on our second trip, we're going to take the, the first trip is going to go all the way back to Phallus Lake, where our main logistics hub is. And the second trip, we're going to come back from Phallus Lake with a completely empty step van instead of an expedition vehicle. Yes, I think that's how we're going to play that. We may have enough cartons to actually just fill up the entire trunk of a step van with nothing but cartons, which would be pretty swell. There's 110 right there. Yeah, we've actually got more than enough. So that's 110 plus, there's 115 on the floor right now. So we need to only take 100 of this. So there should be 15 left on the floor and we're done. So this carton of 12 gauge is the only thing staying behind for now. Or, well, for this trip at least. 210. Okay, so let's. How do we remove 8 from that? We don't. There's nothing. These are almost all multiples of things that are hard to make submultiples of. So I'm going to take that away, and then I'll just find something worth about 2 encumbrance to leave on the floor here. Steel sheet is perfect. Always want more of those. So now there's exactly... Oh, wait, 2 of them. We'll need 2 steel sheets. I know how to math, I promise. Okay, 208 encumbrance on the floor right here. Most 90% of that is cartons. So that is this right here. This pile is just a full step van, trunk. And to add to that, if we're going to be doing step fans, here is a passenger seat. And this is actually almost a glove compartment right here. Let me just remove, like, a little bit from here. We haven't fully read the electrical book. Perfect fit. So there's the, whatchamacallit, the passenger seat and the glove compartment. And if I really want it hard, how about some spare boots for the driver's seat? So that right there is every container of a step van that I'm driving. Perfect. And I got sick from just standing outside next to all that shit for however long it just took to sort that out. That is how much I hate sickness right now. It's so fucking stupid. But now we have gotten all the ammo sorted on this side of the building. There is still going to be a ton of ammo on the other side. I do not know how much we're going to have to fight to get to there. It is now bedtime, or getting close to it. These days, I've been trying to go to sleep at 22:30. I'm sorry, not 22:30. That's usually what I do. I'm leaning towards 2300 now. Yeah, carpentry, I have been overlooking it myself as well, KTO. I have definitely been overlooking it. Every once in a while, the fact that I'm not 10 yet is creeping up to bite me. I'm doing a sweep for magazines now. Possibly attachments, too. I am no longer worried about trapper carbines with their impossible attachments. We have enough of them now. So I will be taking attachments from all the rifles. The game has gotten better about not having any silly loaded display weapons, which is something I feel like would never happen in real life, even back in the 90s. Having been to a couple of gun shows in my day, well, actually, I guess it's not like I ever checked any of the guns to see if they were loaded. At most, I only ever, like, handled them, maybe sighted them a little bit, but there was a rule. I guess maybe the convention set the rule. I don't know. All the guns had zip ties through the trigger, so the trigger couldn't be pulled. So I don't know if that was sufficient. If having a zip tie through the trigger so it couldn't be pulled. Don't know if that was sufficient for them to be willing to allow people to load display weapons. I feel like it wouldn't be, but that's just me being a paranoid person. KTO, that is that's the new meta right now. I'm just gonna call it. That's the new meta because it is a way to level welding without having to expend the stupid fucking welding rods. I am already so done with welding rods being a requirement for fucking everything we do and being completely unable to make them. I just hate it. I hate everything about that system. And so in order to get around it, forging and reforging a bunch of steel sheets, which only expends propane, I'm here for it. I'll do what I have to do to expend the fewest amount of unreplaceable things. Okay, it's actually a little bit past my bedtime. After these 3 display cabinets, we are bailing out. Alright, off we go to catch a sleep. Coat hangers, is coat hangers the replacement for a welding rod? Right. Now, before I go to bed, we're taking off the heavy armor again, which I will continue to wear anytime we go indoors. In a place like this, because I am just constantly expecting there to be a zombie in a place that I don't expect. Expect the unexpected and you'll be disappointed a little less often, right? Alright, bedtime. Look at that, we actually got a little cold. It's probably because I'm not putting on anything on my head. When we run back in there at some point, you know what, I'm actually going to do this overnight. I hate getting cold overnight. I'm going to go find a beanie or something. I'm sure there's going to be one. Three car batteries, balls of steel, and safety squints. Interesting. That all sounds like a bunch of stuff I wouldn't want to do. Now, you sound like you're knowledgeable about welding. Tell me, is it really the case nowadays that welding is done more often with, or at least like smaller scale welding is done more often with electrical torches instead of gas torches? Or is that just, I mean, because I went to a hardware store and I did not see a single like gas-based torch anywhere. Everything was electrical. I'm guessing electrical is probably easier to work with for certain applications. Arc welders. Huh, fascinating. I guess that gas probably, I mean, commensurate with gas becoming more expensive over the years, that is probably one of the driving factors, if not many others. Old school but viable. It was interesting that the all of the electric torches that I saw were like right across the aisle from generators. So I imagine if people had to go welding out in the field, they could probably take a generator with them these days. Just weld with that. Apparently, we can put whistles on our keyring too. I've been sleeping on the various things that we can put on our keyrings. Definitely been sleeping on it. Can put a compass on our keyring. You see, the thing about keyrings that always kind of turned me off from ever even trying to put things onto it is because the keyring isn't just a container that has like a max encumbrance the way other smaller containers are. It's one of those containers that can only put things in it that are on a whitelist. So I have never expected the whitelist to be very big. Interesting. Now, of course, in a game where everything is in a fixed direction, the use case of a compass is a little bit limited. I've always said that I feel like this game's, if you hold a compass in your offhand, you should be able to have a mini-map. Even in, you know, like vanilla. I've always felt quite strongly about that. Continuing our standard practice here, we're just pulling attachments off of all of the rifles and then leaving the rifles because there's going to be so many rifles that I'm not going to even try to get all of them. That would just be many, many, many more trips back and forth. And, no, that's okay. Couple of handguns that I'm targeting are things like 1911s, SN38. Patrol revolvers are surprisingly not as common. I'm definitely not seeing anywhere near as many patrol revolvers here. Putting a quash on other attachments now. We're just doing things like red dot sights and lasers. Things that would be a little harder to find on a whim. Actually, I feel like we don't have as many recoil pads, so I'll hold on to recoil pads too. Full ass Magnum. Scope and everything. That's coming with us for sure. Okay, I think that is just about everything. 9mm with a magazine in it, of course. Almost forgot another patrol revolver. Damn it. Alright, you know what? There's a little bit more than I can carry. I'm going to drop a few things here. And we're gonna spider the bags. It's fine. The long story short, handguns are just something I use way more often. And so I'm far more liable to take redundant handguns than I am long guns at this point. But I do believe that is everything. Yep, okay. For real this time. At least everything for this trip. I still do want to take a look at the fishing store, but that's going to require another trip. Easily guaranteed. Got to drop a few things if I want to be able to put this carton in there. There we go. Okay, you know what? I do have about 6 encumbrance left. I'm using it. I'm a greedy person. I can't help myself. Should have known there would be a few magazines in these rifles up here. Yes, very nice. So I basically just want to be able to say that I'm done with this entire side of the store when I come back for the second trip. And I think we are, yeah, I think we're about successful in that. Yep. We are successful in that. So we are done with well over half of this place easily. Alright, so now all we need to do is go pick up the trailer, which I left right here, and then just drive it right over where we've got those garbage bags staged. And we are going straight back to main base in Phallus Lake. Love it when a plan comes together. We are carrying as much as physically possible with the vehicles in our repertoire right now. Snow's all gone, so we can drive without worrying about what we're going to run into. Now, this is the moment where having the roads cleared of zombies is crucial, because I can't get out and fight now without extremely inconveniencing myself. Like, if I were to get out and fight, I'd have to drop what I'm carrying, and to drop what I'm carrying would mean I would have to take another, 2 IRL minutes to put everything back together, because we've just got a bunch of any long-term goals for this character. Same long-term goals as every character. We're well, this character, our style of things is a little different. We're drifting around the map as opposed to always going back to one central base. I mean, we still have a central base, and we are going back to it. But that is a necessity if you want to be able to engage with certain systems. So, but the amount of time we spend at that base is a lot lower. It's just a staging ground for gathering all of our loot together. We're basically just hanging around, going from map to map, or different parts of the map. That's one of the reasons our new logistics hub base, kind of, that we're going back to now, is in Phallus Lake, which is dead center of the all the starter cities. No, definitely not killing. Killing is that's just a means to an end. We've only got about 3,600 kills. If killing was all we were here for, we could have 10 times that by now. That is not what we're here for. We're here to have fun and achieve goals. Sometimes goals is zombie removal. Like, for instance, on our way back down this road, that will require some kills. Combat skills leveling is always an important thing. I'm not exactly in any particular rush to get aiming level 6 because we still don't have the next book. The next book, Aiming Volume 4. Was kind of hoping we'd find a copy of it in the place we were just at, but we were not so lucky. Now, there are other places in the store that we might run into it, but those places have now been diminished, so, well, nothing I can do about that. Skills learned in this game? Nothing that I've learned in this game would come anywhere close to what I learned going through the Boy Scouts. It's the other way around. Things that I learned in the Boy Scouts actually kind of helped me in this game a little bit, but I don't think the act of playing this game and learning what I need to learn to do good things in this game would actually translate into too awful much. Because, I mean, theoretical knowledge is easy, practical knowledge is hard. And that's always going to kind of be the case. You have no idea how much I want to get out and fucking kill these things right now. I have already wiped out half of their herd. I would love to wipe out the other half. But the whole point is to not take any damage to my vehicle. And I can't drop things in my hands right now. So, they get to survive this time. Oh man, they're really getting on my nerves. They're really making me want to stop what I'm doing and level butchering. But we got a job to do. See, this game teaches you things that I mean, I guess, okay, so this game can teach you about how food expires and how you need to secure sources of food that are either renewable or non-perishable. And in that respect, sure, that would translate into real life. Now, where you would go looking for food like that, it would be a little different in real life. I mean, food would be all over the place in real life, but it would also be a very mixed bag because I know that a lot of people have perishables everywhere, sometimes even interspersed with their non-perishables. So learning to identify the non-perishables from the perishables. But this game has you just look at parentheses fresh versus parentheses stale, parentheses rotten. In real life, it's not always that simple. Okay, meat is a very easy example because meat, most people can tell what rotting meat looks like, if only by the smell. But what about meat that is on the edge of safe to eat? Or meat that's actually not safe to eat but might not look rotten yet? This game isn't going to help you with that. What's on the agenda today? Today, as the title suggests, we are doing whatchamacallit, Guns Unlimited. Currently, we're doing a transition, or we're doing a loot shipment from Guns Unlimited to our central hub in Phallus Lake, and we've already got a staged pickup of cartons of ammo for a perfect step van. So I'm probably going to take the logging vehicle, aka the Plunky's truck. And I'm probably also going to take one of my other trailers. I've got an empty one that is in good condition. We'll take that back. And that will be a pretty big shipment. Almost did it. I almost rammed it. I know, right? In real life, we have little parentheses that say stale, fresh, uncooked, cooked. See, another thing is a lot of people in the food prep industry in real life, they'll say, oh, you've got to cook this type of meat to this internal temperature. Are you going to have a internal temperature gauge in your survival kits that you have to carry with you everywhere you go in the apocalypse? I don't know if many people are going to try to make room for that, but there are certain situations where it could really help you out because getting laid out on your ass with food sickness is gonna be a setback, and it doesn't matter what situation you're in. It's gonna always suck to lose a day because you're stuck out with a fever or whatever the fuck. Now, this game does model things like that, but the act of being able to figure out whether something is safe to eat is probably about 100 times easier in this game than it would be in real life. I'm going to park this trailer kind of over here-ish. Is LBMW already full? There's a little bit of room, so some of the cartons I'm carrying. A lot of the rest of what I'm carrying is gun related. We're going to need more crates for the guns. This wall is getting really close to full here. Yeah, this wall's getting really close to full. Suppose I can start sticking some handguns up here for now. Got a little lazy with my magazine clearing. And therefore some of the guns I have on me have magazines in them. Let's just drop the bags for now. And start emptying some magazines. Got some more milk back here. Gonna go ahead and have a sip. Yeah, fish. Understanding how to prepare a fish that you've caught is a lot easier than the act of catching the fish. And that's something I know from personal experience. I know a lot about catching fish. I haven't caught too many myself, but I've done that many more times than I've never cleaned a fish personally. Never wanted to. Wish we could pack cartons into something. Pack carton into pallet or something. Shit. I accidentally mixed loaded and empty mags here. These BF mags need to go up there. These should all be empty. But yeah, the fact that I've been carrying around empty magazines and I've got an entire duffel bag full of nothing but empty magazines, that means I've blown past critical mass on what I need to be carrying around for that. So we'll reassess that in a minute. Very close to a full trunk back here. think I'm going to move the butter churn and erect another stack of crates here. That's the fastest and most sensible solution for the fact that we just have so many guns. And this is also why I'm not going to bother trying to bring any more of the long guns home, because we literally just don't have room for them. We're never going to use them. I really do need to just have an entire box dedicated to sites. We should have plenty of crates over, or plenty of logs over here. Yeah, it does. It's a roll of the dice as to whether you can, if it's out during a if you've got precipitation of any kind, it will have like random fizzed random interference in between necessary text. So you'll sometimes just miss what you need to see. So it's just a roll of the dice as to whether you'll actually hear what you need to hear during the when you actually look at the broadcast. So in terms of action economy, that just means that I not only have to remember to check it at the top of the hour, but I also need to hope that it's going to, I mean, assuming the storm has already started and I'm not checking it ahead of time, which is the smartest thing to do. If I'm trying to check it during a storm, then I need to also be lucky and make sure that it, hope that it doesn't get fizzed out on the wrong moment. So I'm doing a crate full of nothing but attachments and tactical gear. So a spare Alice kit, whatchamacallit, bandoliers, and then attachments and whatnot. And that's already halfway filled because we just have that much of them. Alright, I got a little bit of crafting materials to go inside. Yeah, I mean, it's, well, I would show you right now, but there's no precipitations, but it's just the, it's whenever the text turns gray and you start getting, interruptions. Next time I see a thunderstorm, I'll see if I can point it out. I'm sure there will be one right when I don't need there to be one. That's always how it happens, isn't it? So we got a black padded jacket that goes to the collection. Right now. Well, 32 degrees is freezing. That's the most important part to be aware of. That's actually something that I have been thinking about a lot for my book. It doesn't really make sense for anybody in the series to be using units that we would use. So a lot of the time, I try to shy away from actually using units. Like I'll use kilometers here and there because that's actually it's how much light. Rather, what is it? A kilometer is how much light travels in 1 second in a vacuum, something like that. But no, the when it comes to temperature, I actually just describe it in terms of how close to freezing it is, or if it's the other way around, how close to boiling it is. Halfway to boiling, for example. That's something that somebody can interpret as the halfway point between freezing and boiling, perhaps. At least that's kind of what I'm going for. It's not a perfect solution. And it doesn't help that a lot of the time people will probably use halfway to boiling as like a exaggeration instead of like a literal reference. I don't have exactly a strong destination for camping gear yet. Just gonna put metal cups in here with whatnot, rope, and then just loose ammo and a spare, pretty pre-war hunting knife. This half-mask respirator is basically useless. I'm gonna get rid of it. Loose ammo. Rope can go in here for now. At some point, this van is going to get emptied out, and this is going to be our... Well, actually, no, it's not going into the van. It's on the floor. The van itself is empty. I didn't even realize that... Okay, yeah, bit of a doofus. All this stuff right here is on the floor. I thought it was going into the van. Oops. We got another USA flag. Adding it. Your USA flag will make a fine addition to my collection. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. No, that's where I'm going with that. Hopefully it works out. The only time that I plan to include like hyper-specific measurements is specifically when the character in question is doing what they call technobabble, and of course I don't, because I'm a hyper-specific guy. All of my technobabble is not really babble, but actual things that are relevant, but not necessarily relevant in such a way that a casual reader will need to understand it to actually figure out what's going on. Stargate always did a good job with that, in my opinion. I always enjoyed that Stargate had technobabble, but it usually had a character there who was not going to understand what the technobabble meant, and therefore somebody else would have to explain it to them. O'Neill comes to mind, or Shepard, whichever side of the Stargate you're on. Of course, we are now filled up on military gear. If I were to try to change the... I'm going to go ahead and move the boots to black. That'll give me a little bit more space, but then I need to put a complete and total moratorium on military gear. Normally wouldn't use my drinking water to wash clothes, but we're actually at capacity on the rain barrels. Laundry infrastructure probably is at capacity too, but I'm a doofus who hasn't set up his washer and dryer yet. Yeah. The Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. Parr had sex with who? Don't have a good place for hair dye yet. Don't actually have enough yet, but we've got at least a location to put it. I'll come back to this thought later. Thankfully, I can always just leave stuff on the floor in the correct location and come back to it later. All of this sewing equipment is supposed to get left upstairs. That's one of the reasons we came up here. I was just about to say that the music had died on us, and then it decided to come back. Thanks, game. Huge collection of attachments for the attachments guide. We have 44 encumbrance worth of bandoliers, Alice belts, and attachments. One could say that I have not been able to live down my pack rat tendencies. Yeah, kind of dislike the placement here because now I can barely see my own door. But that's alright. I'll survive. I'm going to move the furniture into the top corners here. Hired at 1,600 hours. That is truly cursed. I promise there is some sort of organization going on here. We've got a tactical box here, shotguns and rifles. And being able to put stuff into that specifically would be great. Are there wrecking yards? I don't know off the top of my head. If I had to think of a wrecking yard, I can think of, well, I think of junkyards, right? So yards full of destroyed vehicles. I don't know of any in Louisville. I know of one in Muldraugh, in Irvington. I know of two in Irvington. Rather, the biggest one I know of is in Irvington near the racetrack. I've never actually been in there recently. There's one in Riverside too. We've got almost 100 1911 magazines here. What I'm going to do is only carry a very limited amount of whatchamacallits, attachments for guns in my primary combat vehicle. I like to have some spares, but we're going to be keeping it limited now. Because most of the guns that I'm already rocking are already going to have the correct attachments. So this feels like a pretty good trade-off here. I'm just going to go get another laser sight for this. Beautiful. I'm going to save myself some space, consolidate my trauma bags of medical gear and gun attachments. So parts and meds. we now have a fortune of 4 rope bundles and a sheet rope bundle, and then like a half bundle to go with that. Let me drop off the remaining loose ammo here. A couple of empty mags. 9mm specifically. I do want to be carrying around 9mm mags because those are very useful. Alright, we don't have a lot of time left in the day. Gonna go ahead and give her a bath. And we'll read electrical through the night. I would like to finish electrical. If I could finish reading that, that will improve my performance in the field, so I don't have to think about keeping things intact as opposed to just dismantling them on the spot. So lately we've been getting cold overnight. That could continue. So, I'm going to put on a pair of long johns. And we'll continue wearing it until we get hot. Don't I have long johns right now? Did I leave them upstairs? Hey, Command, how's it going? We do have long johns upstairs. Good. So that'll help keep us warm overnight when we don't have a fire to light. Speaking thereof, I'm going to go ahead and read electrical for another 2 hours, and then we'll hit the sack. And then read through the night. Hopefully that'll get us through the book. A little bit past the halfway point. We have just discovered that we are not insulated enough to sleep and not get cold. Double checking my underlayers here. A lot of these options would open up if I could just finish leveling up my tailoring. That is not yet something I'm capable of doing. Well, it will get a lot better on with that next month. I'll just wear this vest for now. This vest will actually fix the problem overnight. This vest actually has too much insulation for daytime use. As soon as we start running around, we'll get hot and we will start sweating. It doesn't matter if it's like below freezing by like 10 degrees. We will still we will still start sweating wearing these hunting vests. I have to step away briefly, IRL, so I'm going to have her finish up electrical here, and I will be right back, and then we'll fast forward through that and see where we can go from there. Be right back, folks. All right, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. For anybody joining, welcome. There is a couple of things on the agenda today. Currently, we are back at our main base in Phallus Lake. We've done one shipment of loot back from the Guns Unlimited building, and we've got another trip partially staged already. The second trip will be using the step van vehicle. Just completed electrical 3. Before I forget, I need to shove a new battery into my flashlight. I actually forgot to do that when I took out the dead one, or the one that was almost dead. So the temperature is actually cold enough that it is just about to the freezing point indoors, which means it's about 10 or 20 degrees colder outside. Yeah, and there's a wind chill. So I'm actually going to hold on to that vest I'm wearing for a little while longer. Put away electrical 3. We've already got some other books to read when the time comes for some reading. Otherwise, the stuff we're carrying around in our main vehicle is sorted through. But beyond that, we're not going to take the main vehicle this time. So I'm going to move it out of the way here. The Plonky truck right here is one of the few that has a perfect trunk in it. And we have already got loot waiting for us in a quantity that would allow me to immediately fill up a step van like the Plunky-mobile there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the Plunky-mobile and a trailer, so that we will have room for some more stuff that we have not yet managed to recover. Tell me that was a collision. That was not a trunk collision that damaged it, so thank goodness. Gmod physics, how do they work? So we got about, what is that, 3 days of food for the milk in our backpack here. But after that, after we finish off this, after we finish off the milk that I'm bringing with me now, we're going to need to start putting on weight again, probably. You know what? These guys up here don't belong here. They'll probably eventually make their way in the direction of the road and or my base, so let's fix the problem ahead of time. So in terms of Longblade, which is what we're using right here, we are already halfway through level 4. When we get to level 4, we've got more books waiting for us. So we'll level even faster after we finish the current level. We would have probably finished the current level a while ago if it was not for the fact that Longblade Volume 2, we just can't seem to find it on this character. And I see some more zombies who are liable to wander into the road here. So we're going to deal with these guys as well. This is a good chance to test and see if a little bit of running is enough to get me warm, even when it's 10 degrees below freezing with wind chill. Actually 15 degrees below freezing. I shot them because I didn't want to trigger combat music, but there's going to be some more over here that might trigger it anyway. That's what I was looking for. Now this right here is a scenario where I would love to have a rifle with a scope on it. So I can just plink these guys and move on. We're not far away from it. We're very close to the next level of it. Well, we're not very close to anything. I don't know what the fuck I was just about to say. We've got a long way to go before we're aiming level 6. come on with this shit. Always in the corner of town. Okay then, yeah, I guess this corner was never cleared then, was it? It was, but that's not the point, is it? It was uncleared by migrations. Because respawns are off doesn't mean you'll eventually not get backfill. I don't think I got overheated at all there. So this chest piece is definitely good for heavy wind. If only we actually had heavy wind more often. This is actually very rare in this game. Now that doesn't count right there because we sat down in the van, which not only took us out of the wind, but put us into like 30 degrees warmer. Rabbits beware. Appear in my road, and you will disappear from the world. Forcibly. Righty. Ah, that's right. I don't always have to get out of the van. They want to position themselves in a nice, convenient spot for me. I'll roll down the window, sure. Moving on up now. Not a side hit. I'm not mad about it. I didn't like it, but I'm not mad about it. We still can't replace brakes, so I haven't. If I had slightly better brakes, we probably could have stopped for that. I think the zombies need to be reminded the mass has ended. I am running all the way out there. Last time I was here, I told myself that I wasn't going to need to take care of everybody in that wheat field down there. Or hay field, whatever it is. I have possibly been wrong about that. Yep. They just love moving in the general direction of the road, even without any real incentive. Yes, Jimmy's, I have found, we're actually going to drive past one recently. In just a moment here, we're going to drive past a black step van that I found as a wreck on the road. I'm sure it's okay for now, but then there will be more later. This one didn't even get the memo. I do apologize if anybody has anything against killing rabbits. I have something against unnecessary damage to my vehicles. This one right here. This one, this crashed step van from a wreck was actually a survivor vehicle. Go figure. I said that I was going to need to replace the battery in my flashlight, and then I didn't. I know how to fix that. This is just a regular jacket, and on my chest is a orange hunting vest. The hunting vest is what's keeping us warm due to the temperature being about 20 degrees below freezing, with wind chill. The nearest battery is always close as the nearest vehicle with a radio in it. The jacket itself is one that we dyed using some custom dye colors. Oh, look at this! Look at this! It's just a big old fucking party next to the road. Okay. Looks like we're going to do a little bit of a ground war here. Surprise! Ground war! Yeah, that's right. Let's go, fuckers. Killing all y'all. I will have clean roads. All I ask is clean roads. I don't have time for this. Got other things to do. Yeah, we found a couple of them in the, whatchamacallit, in Guns Unlimited in the hunting store just now. A couple from Jametown as well. Jametown Military Surplus. That bullet hit my windshield instead of the zombie. I now have a... I don't know what the fuck damage that did, but that was my passenger windshield, or my window. Likely the window. Take a look. Let's see. Let's see. What did the new aiming system do to my window? %? That's it? Oh no, that was a rear windshield hit. Yeah, that was the rear. The rear windshield is down. I'm pretty sure it was perfect before, but I don't remember. But yeah, that wasn't a simple missed shot. That was a bullet to the... Because our vehicle was behind the zombie, and of course the targeting system... Oh, you want to target the window, right? Stupid fucking goddamn target selection. It doesn't normally bother me so much because most of the time if it hits the... Or if I hit the wrong target, it's usually because I'm aiming at one zombie and hitting another. Oh no, I hit a zombie. Well. As long as the bullet's going into a zombie, I'm not going to be that upset about it. But if a bullet's going into my fucking windshield instead... Anyway, got our field base here. I can't remember if this step van is a lying little shit about which side the... No, it's not. It's not. We don't visually see the, whatchamacallit, the gas port, but it is, the dashboard indicator is correct at least. Oops. Some perishable food for about 2 days. Now, of the stuff that we have here, when we close up shop, all that I'm really going to want to bring with me is dub rods, torches, iron pipes, 2 duct tape. I can leave that behind. Some of this twine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up all that now into the trailer because we've already portioned a full trunk at our destination. Yes, you can dye clothing. So if we look at the crafting menu and we type dye, the requirements are 200 milliliters of dye, which you can use. You find it in places like tailoring shops. You mix the dye with the liquid mixing system to get the right color. Then you need 10 liters of any water. Usually you can just fill a bucket. And then you need a clothing item. You'll have to go to the crafting menu and go to possible items to see the whole list. It's a little bigger than I can fit on screen right now, but in this case, the one we dyed to get this jacket is just called jacket. It's just a plain jacket. Doesn't provide very much protection, not actually a very good platform, but it doesn't matter right now because we don't have the ability to put strips on anything, so protection levels are kind of a meme at the moment. Yep. That is one of the reasons I collect so much stuff. Knowing that I can dye stuff, it's great. This is just a variety bag full of shit that is very, very unlikely I'm going to need all of it. That and that. Alright. That's everything sorted out that I need to bring home with me. Most everything else that I left here is non-essential stuff by far. There is some coffee here. I'm going to go ahead and pick that up now. I should allocate and find out exactly how much food and or perishable food. Actually, let's just go ahead and put all of the perishable food into a garbage bag that will then go into the freezer. Okay, it's about 10 encumbrance. So I need to keep about 10 encumbrance free somewhere. Everything else can stay here. Oh, those are Jackie J's coveralls. I forgot about that. I don't know how we found them, but we found a copy of Jackie J's coveralls in a garbage can in the basement here. Somehow. I have no idea how. Everything else can stay. Yes. Confirmed. Yeah, deciding what to bring with you and what not to bring with you, that is definitely a science. Alright, coming back up on Guns Unlimited here. So like I mentioned before, in case anybody wasn't here, we have already planned out exactly what we're going to fill every single container in this step van with. That's why all the stuff we just wanted to pick up from base, all of that stuff was put in the trailer, because the trailer we have not allocated anything for yet. Forgot about this other propane tank. Got some skeletons up here. Definitely been a minute since we first opened up on this place. We've only still killed about 2/3 of the zombies here. We have just completely ignored a portion of them so far, and I'm 100% okay with that, because they're not exactly blocking our way to anything substantial right now. I mentioned this before, but there's a shooting range up there. Unlike other shooting ranges in the game, the shooting range at the end of Guns Unlimited doesn't have anything, like there's no ammo or anything like that. But yeah, we've got 208 encumbrance of stuff on the floor here, which is a perfect fit for the trunk. So all of, basically 95% of what's on the floor here is just cartons of ammo. Now the stuff that's on the floor here is the passenger seat, and then the glove compartment. There's also supposed to be some driver's seat stuff, but I actually already had a couple things on the driver's seat, so we're putting that away. A few spare boots. Happy birthday. Hopefully you've got something fun planned. I'm always happy to provide some yap to enjoy people, but if it was my birthday, I would be looking for a, what is it? Looking for somewhere to put my feet up in front of a campfire. That is a way that I like to spend my birthdays. Alright, so we have about 40 encumbrance left in the trunk, or the trailer here, now that the main vehicle is completely full. I'm going to go ahead and detach them, because leaving them attached is a bad idea if you're going to leave the cell, which we are going to do. We do have a couple boxes of ammo and loose ammos. I'm going to take those with me, because when we proceed a little deeper into the building here, we are going to have an opportunity to find some more ammo, and I'm going to want to consolidate it if we can. So that is 130 plus 40. We have about 70 encumbrance to work with in the trunk here. Now, we have already excoriated loot from pretty much everything to the right of us on the main sales floor. So everything up here to the left, we have not searched through yet. I don't expect anything mind-blowing. This is probably camping stuff up here, if that. But the further we go in this direction, the more likely we are to run into some more Zed. Yeah, almost nothing up here. Glue. I'll always take glue. Premium fishing line. Okay, so this is a fishing store here. As I said, I don't expect too many things that are mind-blowing, but some small form fishing related items may be very useful. Pre-war hunting knife. There's a fishing basket with actual literal fish in it. Another example of containers inside of store shelves that probably should not have anything in them. Fishing 4. That was the only fishing book we didn't have. So there is our fishing book series is now complete. Some more fishing line. Another bobber. So things that I'm taking just without even thinking about it are bobbers, fishing hooks, lures, fishing line, because they're all really small and they're all pretty useful. I'm not interested in heavy stuff right now. Yeah, like 4 packed tents. No, I've already got just for the sake of fun, I've already got 1 tent of each color. That's more than I'm ever going to use. And of course, the last thing we always grab is the flag. We must capture the flag here. No questions asked. Now, all that put together, we can probably go do a delivery of a garbage bag to the vehicle. It is very tempting looking at all these guns on the floor, but we have already triaged what we need and what we don't need. And I don't know if you guys saw that. Whatchamacallit, that collection of mine. It's quite complete. We've got copies and then many backup copies of almost every gun in the game, times multiple. Now, something that I didn't have, that I was actually kind of surprised I didn't have, is a shirt and t-shirt in urban camo. So I'm picking those up. I think we actually still need a shirt in tiger stripe. But if I had seen that, I definitely would have picked it up. Yeah. Tiger stripe is one of those rarer military patterns that if I see it, I can usually pick it up even if I know I don't need it. We did already pick up a hunting camo hoodie. That's one of the highest insulation hoodies that I'm aware of. I think its insulation levels are above average. I'm not 100% on that. One place we actually didn't loot here that's worth a quick check is on the far right side here. There is a big old employee break room. Plenty of chances of coffee. But there's also chances of Zed. This appears to be a fab room. Oh, look at that. They got a grindstone. That's new. Can I take it? I can take it. Holy shit. Oh, it would be fucking amazing if I could put one of these down and plug it into a generator and just instantly sharpen my blades. I actually own one of these. I have a bench grinder right over there next to my front door to the left. It's one of the 2 hardware tools that I actually managed to inherit before my dad decided to sell off everything in his workshop before he moved to Florida. I got a bench grinder and a drill press. A scroll saw too. Thankfully, so here's the other thing. Mine is not quite this big. It does not have a floor stand. So just imagine this only tabletop as opposed to being a floor stand. The 2 hardware tools I actually own. Scroll saws are a little bit more specific to like fine wood crafting. I haven't had much of a chance to use it because, well, I live in an apartment. I don't have a workshop. And I don't really have a good like shop vac solution that would suck up all of the sawdust before it became a problem. Yeah, if the lathe worked, man, that would be fucking amazing. I would love to have one of these. I feel like they wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of showing one of these in the game if they weren't going to do something with it someday. But I can't say that with a straight face. I have to grin a little bit because there are things that they've added to the game ages ago that they've still never done anything with. So, ladders, for example. Ladders have been in the game almost visually, almost since the beginning. But have we been able to use ladders? Fuck no, we haven't. The devs just can't seem to balance them. They don't want to make zombies smart enough to go up and down ladders, but they also don't want to give us that extremely easy out that anybody in the most basic bitch zombie apocalypse would absolutely be doing at some point. They really just should make it so zombies can climb ladders. Even the fun pimps could figure that out. Yeah, no, I'm Zacto, I'm right behind you on that. I need to get a 3D printer, and I've already done the research on it, but if I was not in cache saving mode right now, I would probably already own an Elegoo, one of their FDM models. So I wanted to get started with FDM before I started messing around with resin. Resin seems like it's really cool, but for like, what's the right term? Things that are not really meant to be wear and tear, right? You know, decorative things. Like my buddies use resin for their Warhammer models and whatnot, or they do Trench Crusade now. Rat Rig 5 core for 500 by 500. Very nice. I wonder if it's still. Hang on a second. Now I'm very interested. I don't remember the exact model number that I was looking at, and it's probably changed. I think it was one of the Neptune series, if I remember right. I don't know. I love it when they do this. Look at that. Ends in 14 hours. Oh no, I better buy it now. Fuck you. Yeah, I think this was one. I think that was the one I was looking at. Definitely something that is prurient to my interests. If only I had more disposable income. I'm just gonna hand carry some of this stuff because there's not quite enough to break out a bag. Rat rig. Yeah, Elegoo are definitely the goat. My homies who actually do a lot of printing, they swear by it. I've basically, if there's anything that can shock me out of being in cache saving mode, it would be regulations around 3D printers. I don't know if our godforsaken administration would actually consider doing something like that. Or I know there's been bills introduced, but I don't know if they've gone anywhere. But if they fucking do it, bet your sweet ass I'm going to buy a printer before it goes into effect, not after. If anybody's not familiar with it, I have heard tell that there have been bills introduced to require 3D printer manufacturers to make sure that somebody isn't printing gun parts. Which, I mean, that's exactly the kind of shit some fucking boomer legislator would come up with, isn't it? No fucking understanding of technology whatsoever. Oh yeah, we'll just make the machine check to see if they're doing something. No fucking interrogation of that thought process. None of the implications that come with it. Yeah, that's true. The ability to saw a few things like tires or steel sheets is kind of cool, but there's, you run into hard limits of what you can do with that. Alright, so I'm putting in another garbage bag into the trailer here. And we are now loading it up with stuff we pulled out of the break room there. Yeah, that's fucking... I can't... As somebody who's had to work with HP devices at work, My day job. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it. But there's another problem right there because the government uses HP products all the time, and people like me who are government contractors, we fix the shit for them, so they don't necessarily know exactly what's wrong with them, because they just call people like me to come fix them, and next thing you know, they don't understand why regulation is part of the problem in the first place. All right, so all the fishing gear goes in there. We can do furniture too, so the bench grinder and the stars and bars there. I'm going to put the hatchets and these knives outside of the bags so that I can see them and be reminded that they're there. Excellent. We're actually able to fit all of that stuff. So that was about a garbage bag's worth. Do some quick math here. 30 minus 87.60, nice. 42 encumbrance. Yeah, we're just gonna round that down. 42 encumbrance in the trunk, or the trailer rather. It is close enough to bedtime that I'm gonna go sprint back to our safe place to sleep here. It's already 1 p.m. Damn. Morning has flown by for me. I don't know about you guys. I do have a couple things that I have to do instead of streaming today. I think I'll definitely be able to go for another couple of hours, but I might not be able to make it too far past the 8-hour mark today, depending on certain factors. Alright, as an overnight task, we're going to just continue what we started there. Now that we have cleared out the break room area and the fishing supply store, I think we're clear to go ahead and move up to the, part of the building that might still be a little bit crawling. There's an indoor shooting range here, and, up in front of the indoor shooting range, there are lockers. Those lockers have almost as many guns and ammo in them as one of these stores here. And I actually, when I was here on Annie, I neglected that completely. When I came here on Nora, that was when I realized just how much I had neglected. So that's going to be interesting. We got the keys to this place, so this store ain't going to stop us. Just make sure no zombies do. Wait a minute, are there going to be... No shit, okay. So, even more lockers with guns and ammo in them. And I don't even think I factored these into my calculations. Very glad we have the keys to this place. That would have been quite the inconvenience. Oh, well, speaking of inconvenience, ain't nothing fucking in here. Okay, they never defined a loot table for this room. God damn it. They didn't define a loot table for this little back room. So there's only like safety scissors back here, and a matchbook in there, and like safety goggles and a screwdriver. What a fucking waste. Ah, this room right here, gun storage. Whatever. It's not like I would not have had a lot more room than what I've already allocated. So, I think this is going to be the only way to get around to the indoor shooting range. So, I'm going to go ahead and drop back a little bit and get those handguns into the trunk. I'm actually going to go ahead and leave the attachments on this M9. I don't usually do that, but in this case, it's the exact kind that I prefer. Tritium pistol sights and laser sight. Everything else is okay to stay with me, so we've got about 35 encumbrance left back here. So not quite a full military backpack. That's good to know. A full military backpack is usually one of the units of measurement that I think of in this game. Alright, time for some careful, cautious moving up in this general direction. Now, the way we handled this place is we used the sledgehammer on this wall all the way down here next to the trash cans. You can see it over there, kind of right next to my OTC cam there. We busted out one wall tile there, and then we did some shooting out there in our killing of the zombies. So a lot of the zombies who would have been in the building in this section here should have filtered out through that door, through that hole we made. But there are probably plenty of stragglers who just didn't get the memo. I can already see one right there. We're going to want to kill them quiet-like because there are probably isolated pockets that I would prefer to just not have to deal with. So here's one of the indoor shooting ranges, as in multiple. There are multiple. This is an example. I think this is some of the lockers that I'm talking about. Nope, not these. Okay, never mind. What about the cabinets? Oh, look at that. That's a regular locker. These are not gun-related. Cabinets are... cabinets appear to be office loot. So, hey, that's glue. I'll always take glue. Office loot is not a bad time if you know what you're looking for. I'm not going to be taking amplifiers right now. So if I disassemble any radios, amplifiers are one of those things that if you disassemble a lot of electrical stuff, unless you're constantly making noisemakers and actually employing them usefully, noisemakers are one of the only things they're used for right now. I could see niche use cases for the noisemaker if it wasn't for the fact that the noise just doesn't seem to travel longer than like 3 or 4 tiles. It's really fucking pathetic. Because we can hear the sound from very far away, but it doesn't seem like the zombies can at all. Most recent attempt was 42.15. So unless they changed something major with the last patch and didn't note it. There is a second floor that includes a bar, and there's some cool, there's booze up there, there's some furniture. I don't think there's any guns or ammo. Seeing as we're here for Guns Unlimited. Okay. The fact that none of these doors are broken is sending off a few sus alarms. Okay. Oh, this one can't get to me. I don't know if you guys can see this, but she can't get to me. This table right here, this oval table, is actually blocking both tiles. So in order to get to her, I have to fucking pick up the goddamn table. So it's possible that she was just stuck there the whole time because, yeah, she just couldn't get to me no matter what she wanted to do. Alright, so this is the main attraction. These two doors right here, I believe, are the locker rooms, male and female, and both of them, every single locker, last time I was here at least, was loaded with just guns, ammo of every type. And there we go. So just imagine just a hunter with all of their gear and their handguns and their redneck guns and whatever. Hand cannons. A lot of them are in cases. This also is one of the opportunities for gun books. As we saw a reloading that we just put on the floor there. Didn't realize that I could put a whistle on my keyring. I'm doing that right now. That whistle I just found, that's on my keyring now. None of the clothing is jumping out of me. So we're starting with just ammo. Lots of shotgun boxes here. Putting a bag in my offhand. Some of these lockers have like 3 guns in them. That's yeah, maximum Kentucky right there. We're reaching levels of Kentucky that shouldn't be possible. Oh yeah, no, this is we've already got 3 or 4 orange hunting vests, but this one right here, the one we're wearing, is it qualifies as orange, but it's not the right orange. Remember, I'm very specific about my oranges. If you want me to call something orange and not qualify it, no asterisk next to the word orange, then it must be something very specific. The halfway point between red and yellow is not good enough for me. Got to be just slightly closer to the red side. My prediction right now is that we're going to find so many loose shotgun shells throughout this whole place, we'll be able to assemble another box, maybe a box and a half. Once again, we've got a beanie that is gray instead of a good darker color. Curses. And by the way, this is only one side of the locker room. In this universe, there are just as many women as there are men who like to shoot guns. I mean, it's Kentucky after all. That makes perfect sense to me. It is the Kentuckian mating activity to go to the gun range. Okay, so one of the sides of the locker rooms has been emptied out. We are going to assemble a carton of shotgun using all these boxes we got, and then we are going to return to the vehicle, do a drop-off. The trailer will be 100% full at that point. And then we'll come back here tomorrow after we get another sleep, or, you know, it's already tomorrow, but after we get another sleep, we'll come back to the other side of the locker room, and at that point, we don't have to think about the vehicle anymore. Everything that we can fit with us will just be hand-carried in our own handbags, because we have more than enough stuff between our backpack and the offhand bag here to fill up the rest of the trailer. Alright, so off we go. Alright, that's our second destination. As far as I know, everything else here, there's nothing overly substantive in terms of gun loot. The lockers were just the last thing that I missed once, and I won't miss again, because that's a lot of, I mean, another carton of shotgun already. That's friggin-tastic. I'm all here for the shotgun. I think we're just shy of being able to do another full garbage bag. That's okay. Partial garbage bag here. This is going to be rather complicated because I don't yet know exactly how many of... I'm going to take on a leap of faith that these boxes that we don't have too many of, like 38 Special, 357 mag, 30-30, 44 mag, 45 ACP, these we're probably not going to be able to assemble a carton of. So I'm going to go ahead and put them in now until the trailer is full. 9 mil is a question mark, but that's all right. We'll just put that away. Okay, there we go. So we are now... The trailer is completely full. So everything else that we are going to carry with us is hand carry. And we're going to go get our second sleep. We're about an hour late for that, but that's okay. Yeah, no, it doesn't really matter whether you're a man or a woman. If you're going to be in a culture that does a lot of shooting, you need to be taught how to do it correctly early on. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to... Later in life, you can always instill habits like that, but it's a lot harder. It is my humble opinion that every school should teach children how guns work. Maybe they don't have to go as far as to actually shooting them, but they need the theoretical knowledge, right? I think that is an important thing so that they aren't just, terrified of them. I'm a big fan of knowledge. That sounds like a really fun PE thing. If I was in high school, I would have absolutely loved to go to a shooting range. Picking for peanuts here, but that works. All right. I think the wind might be done, so I'm going to go ahead and take the vest off. It's kind of cramping my style, all things considered. All right, here we go. I'm hearing some mouth breathing to my left and my right. That always makes me very uncomfortable. I don't think there was anybody anywhere near our position last night. So I don't know. I'm a little sussed about that. Yeah, absolutely. It should be very deeply ingrained in our culture, but unfortunately, there's a chunk of our culture that just is 100% convinced that guns are the worst thing ever and need to be deleted from existence, I guess. I don't know. I am going to not be taking butterfly knives right now. This is a purple beanie. Yeah, why not? I don't know if I just wasn't hearing it last night, but I'm definitely hearing more than I thought. As if there's an undiscovered pocket or something. I don't know if I've seen a single loaded gun on a shelf outside of residences in this game. And that actually is a good thing. Because usually stores don't have loaded guns on the shelf. But some civilians do that. Probably not the best idea. Do not actually have enough loose stuff for a carton here, it seems. Wait a minute, hang on. No, we've got enough loose. We've got enough loose 556 to pack rounds into a box. Now we have enough 556 boxes for a carton. Hell yeah. My systems have not failed me. Okay, we're out of here and we don't even need a handbag. I don't know where all that mouth breathing is coming from, and I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't really care. We're out of here. So since I do actually have enough, like I have enough room for another handbag, just going to do one last pass over the stuff here. There's nothing stopping me from taking some of these civilian bulletproof vests. Don't know if I would ever actually use the bulletproof vest armor that we can craft out of it, but that's tailoring experience right there is what that is. Wait a minute. I did excoriate these Did I forget about these? I forgot. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well. Mystery solved as to what we're doing. We should have enough handbags for a portion of this stuff. Perhaps there will be a time in the future where I am willing to leave behind an M16. Not yet. Not yet, guys, not yet. Okay. It's actually perfect that we didn't assemble both handbags. So we are now officially out of here. And I have left no stones unturned. Not sure how many steel sheets there were, but if there are any more... Is that a pipe? That's a pipe. I can fit a pipe. I can always fit a pipe. Don't read too deeply into that. Alright, so off we go. And I can actually fit in my main, on my person, in my main inventory, I can in fact fit about 10 encumbrance now. That will be all the perishable food that's in our fridge. Your Second Amendment playground. Ah. So there's still 4 sheep back there, and there's also 4 sheep on the road between here and base. So at one point, what I'm going to want to do is go get an animal trailer. Possibly I might take a throwaway car to Ekron along with some sports car parts after I level mechanics. And at that point, I'll go to Ekron where I've got a damaged race car waiting for repairs and get that fixed up. There's also supposed to be an animal trailer there too. And so I go to Ekron with a throwaway car, fix up the race car, use the race car to tow the animal trailer back. It's great. This generator stays here because we'll probably pass through this area at some point in the future. Look at that. Look at that. I'm up to 49 encumbrance in my main inventory, and I've already triaged everything I wanted to bring home with me from this location right now. I had kind of hoped that the compost here would finish. It hasn't, so maybe we'll come back someday and it will have finished. Who knows? I don't know exactly how long it takes for compost bins to cook. I thought a couple of weeks would be enough, but apparently not. In any case, we outie. Call me an overpriced sports car, because I'm outie. Oh yeah, that is true. I don't know much about European gun culture. I do know that I actually have heard a few good things about Czech gunsmiths. That is tragic if that is the case. Everybody's all on about not wanting to get invaded by Russia, which is understandable. But if that's the case, why don't you take a bit of an American approach and make sure that the notion of conquering your nation means that there's a gun behind every blade of grass. You can't do that. You can't just snap your fingers and do it overnight, but you could definitely make it a little bit less hostile to be a gun owner. That isn't exactly going to hurt your prospects when it comes to somebody doing a strategic analysis of whether they should actually take the risk. Ooh, we almost bottomed out there. My brakes are already not perfect in this thing, and when we're lugging this much stuff, this right now you guys are witnessing close to peak Zomboid. The only way we could get more is if we were doing something that would limit our speed a little bit or make us less stable. We could probably get a little bit... actually, no, never mind. A race car towing the Plonky Mobile would not be that much... No, that wouldn't be much difference. Because the trailer can store a little bit more than the race car could across all seats and all containers and whatnot. Now, if we were willing to limit our speed to 30 miles an hour, we could tow a step van with another step van. That is the fastest way to move, or that is the basically the most you'll ever move at once in vanilla Project Zomboid, is a step van being towed by another step van. But I don't think there's any step vans out there with enough engine power to tow another step van forward. So that means you're limited to towing backwards, which your upper limit on speed for that is 30 miles an hour. Yeah. I mean, just ask... I don't want to be snide because I'm not exactly an expert on what's going on in Ukraine right now, but I feel like if every Ukrainian home was a gun owner, that would have made things a lot more difficult. But I ain't no expert. I'm the only thing I understand is cost-benefit analyses, and having a gun in every single household is absolutely going to be a cost that even a crazed madman would have to consider before paying. VZ58. Never heard of it. That sounds like something I would definitely be interested in shooting someday. Shooting an AK is not necessarily something on my bucket list, but it is something I want to do. There are a few guns that I definitely, shooting them in, is on my bucket list. A Kar 98K and an M1G from World War II era. Just because I spent thousands of hours shooting them in video games, and now I just can't. I have to see how they feel in real life. It's like it feels like a moral obligation after 2,100 hours in Heroes and Generals. I have to now. P08 Parabellum and P38 would be nice too, but I'm not quite as obsessive over the handguns. I could have a P08 if my grandmother had not forced my dad to sell off one of my granddad's war trophies. I don't know how many times I've told this story, but my granddad on my mom's side was in the 751st Field Artillery Battalion, and he got to take home a war trophy. It was a P08 from a German officer, and it was a very valuable thing, But my grandma, when my granddad passed, my grandma didn't really appreciate the value, and she forced my dad to sell it to the first bidder he could find, which let it go for about 500 USD. It could have been worth probably 10 times that easily. Well, I mean, can I get my hands on an MG42 to shoot it without spending a lot of money that I'm probably never going to have? I mean, sure, I would do it if I had the opportunity, but I feel like rifles and handguns are far more realistic of a thing to shoot for. Get it? Shoot for? What am I doing? I need to reverse. Honestly, the trunk of this thing, I don't have anywhere to put up most of this stuff. The trunk of this step van is going to stay as is for the most part until I get another vehicle that's explicitly dedicated to ammo storage. So we can just put it right back in its parking spot for now. I'll come back and excoriate the loot from the passenger seat later. Prepared for organized militia. Yeah, I believe that. I definitely believe that. Gonna go ahead and just drop the boxes on the floor here. And then the backpacks, now with the ammo out of them. A lot of it is guns, so drop it here. And now I can take care of the perishables here. It looks like the cooked meat is already stale, so that is going into the garbage. And by garbage, I actually mean the composter. Okay, so my experiments for dung. I took a large amount of chicken poo, put it in this container. Large amount of cow poo, large amount of sheep poo. The cow poo and the sheep poo completely filled up the composter to 100%. The chicken poo did not even do 4%. So, I mean, that makes sense. Chicken shit is very... there's a meme behind it. It's not very substantial. And that's whatever. To be expected, I suppose. Loose ammo combined. We can now make a loose box of 5.56 and 12 gauge and 30-30 by your shells combined. Couple of cartons we can put together here. So all loose boxes are still consolidated in our van here. Meanwhile, we've got a carton of 12 and a carton of 762 to go do something with. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wear and tear is one of those things on older guns that makes it so that a lot of times older guns become just, you know, trophies to display as opposed to actually shoot. If the production pipeline for the weapon no longer exists, then there's only so much you can do. We have mostly a full trunk back here. I think I can put this carton of 762 in the trunk, and now the trunk is completely full. But we've got a couple of other containers now. Passenger seat will dump a carton of shoddy. Already getting close to another bundle of rope. If I ever need infinite logs, I know how to get them. For anybody joining, welcome. We've completed our looting operation of Guns Unlimited, which is fantastic, and I am now unloading some loot. As for my next operation, I've been thinking about my different options. Muldraw and Irvington are two places that I have been to, and I have partially established field bases at. So it would be relatively easy to go back to them, either of them, and get some things done. There's a lot of things to be done. We actually have some looted ammo that I picked up very early on in the game that I left behind at certain locations because I didn't have enough room to carry it all forward with me. Camping gear. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but I'll put it here conspicuous so I can see it. Oh. Container specifically dedicated to attachments, and it's already halfway full. Once again, we are out of room in our electrical slash generic crafting box here. There needs to not be boxes of things in there. We'll put those somewhere else. Better. I think we've had rain recently enough that the crops are going to be fine, but I'm going to check anyway. Well watered. And of course the hemp still fucking dead. No surprises there. Forgot that I had a spare stove in the fire truck. When did I pick all this up? Bunch of walkie-talkies and light bulbs. Huh. Now sew my own leather water bags. That might be a extremely useful tailoring recipe to level up with. Not 100% sure on that, but I'm probably going to give that a shot at some point in the not too distant future. A total M16 magazines is now over 50. That's frickin' wild. I could probably dump most of my 556 into a M16 magazine at this point, because that is 52 times 30. Yeah, I have enough magazines to store 1,560 rounds of 556, and it wouldn't change how heavy it is. That's the wackiest part. These 52 magazines will not get heavier if I put 30 bullets in each of them. So that's one of the reasons that I'm maliciously exploiting that. I don't give a fuck right now. There are so many things broken with this game that something that's actually broken in my favor like that, I'm fine. I'm here for it. Don't care. Yeah, just because I have guns doesn't mean I somehow magically learn how to shoot them really good. We're still in the learning process of aiming here. Fishing 4 has been added to my collection. It is now marked as unwanted. I have learned that you can fit 72 sacks, empty sacks, into a military backpack. The more you know. Yeah, I know, right? Definitely got plenty of ammo in there. Wait a minute. We don't be putting magazines in there. Not in the corner. Oh, now here's the $1,000,000 question. Can that grinder, electrical bench grinder that we brought home, can that take grid power? Can that take grid power? And if so, can I use it to sharpen my blades? That would be amazing. Find out. Nope. Doesn't seem to do anything. Well. I'm going to put it, can Can I put it on top of a crate? Yes. So I'm going to put it right in front of my forge so it looks cool. It does look appropriate there. If only I could actually use it. It would indeed be awesome. You were 100% correct. It would be awesome. If only. Can I rotate it? Yes, I can. That looks even better. Oh, it's already midnight. I will clean up the last of this bag after we catch a sleep. I lost track of time there. Oh, we should have been in bed an hour ago. It's alright, we almost got finished. I am about to put oats in the freezer, because that's what I have to do to preserve them. Alright, just some fishing stuff, and then that is pretty much everything that I brought home. Very successful expedition, if I do say so myself. Alright, 5 a.m., getting a second sleep. I have to step away briefly IRL. I'm going to have her read, I think we've got foraging on deck here. Let me just get I'm going to get the trailer out of the way here. That's a lot of loot left to sort still. But yeah, I do have to step away IRL. We'll come back and sort that loot after we get back here. Now that this trailer is done and the other one needs to be removed. Do it like this, so when we drive up past the pumps, we can come in at sort of just a diagonal angle and hook back up easily, as opposed to perpendicular, which is kind of hard to hook up. So this trailer is the one that still has to be emptied. This is the one that was originally in Echo Creek, but we got it filled up with loot, and then still need to get that loot sorted. Got our book. And I shall be right back in just a moment, folks. Alright, I'm back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Right. Just a moment. Double checking something. Alright. Looking alright. We are reading foraging. We don't need to like speed read this or anything though. It's not, I'm not like immediately gonna be running out and foraging anything right now. We're just having something to read when we're not in the middle of doing stuff, which at the moment we've got books to unload. Or not books, but loot. Of course, we're already capable of making more cartons now. Because I didn't realize that the other trailer there was going to be lots of ammo boxes. I figured it would be a mix. It's like almost one carton of everything after we combined all those loose boxes there. By your powers combined. Alright, all that's left back here now is M16s and a couple of other tactical weapons. So we are definitely in need of another ammo storage vehicle. There's another one of these LMBW vans back in, what's it called? Back in Jametown. So these two are completely empty and ready to be repurposed as needed. I think some landscaping is in order, honestly. My front yard is looking terrible up here. My backyard is a little bit more under control, but still not as good as it could be. Lucas, how's it going? We are just on the tail end of sorting through all the loot we got from Guns Unlimited. I'll give you a hint. There were, in fact, many guns there. I'm going to move these green light bulbs somewhere else. Alright, now here's the deal. I'm going to carry around a respirator, and I'm going to carry around a spare filter for the respirator. And if it still is too tedious to deal with, then I'm just not going to deal with it. I get this sinking suspicion that it's going to still be too tedious to deal with, but we'll see what we can get. Where would I have put it? I know I've got rid of it from the trunk. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, okay. So, I didn't realize this, but you can recharge respirator filters. That's what sponges are for, apparently. Alright, I think I have all the materials for this. I need a mortar and pestle, which I'm pretty sure I have. Although it's a question of where. If I don't, I can actually make one. Did I treat it as cookware? Nah. Okay, let's make one. Mortar and pestle can be made with pottery. Two clay and one use of sand. And then we just fire it up in the kiln here. So we got ourselves a mortar and... Oh, I left a mortar and pestle in the trunk. Okay. Well, ceramic mortar and pestle is a close second. So we need some charcoal. And then I know we have wood glue over here somewhere. Yeah, not much of it, but we have some. Now we just need a rag, and there are no alternatives. We need a sponge. I did not know that sponges were used for anything. PIL. And of course, because I did not know that sponges are used for anything, I don't think I actually have one. I'm going to go check my neighbors. Yes, charcoal, like actual wood charcoal, is being used in this recipe. Redoing my Alice kit just a little bit. I'm putting away some of these extra magazines. 5 spare magazines of M9 is probably good for any engagement, especially considering I'm carrying around a second 9mm. Alright, let's go see if my neighbors have anything for me here. I was going to do landscaping, but being able to deal with corpse stench is a little bit more important right now. Well, right now. More important overall. I'm definitely not going to be overlooking sponges in the future. Now that I know what the niche use case for them is. I feel like if they're not going to be in kitchens, then probably moving on. Yeah, it's not really going to help against viruses. It's really just the sickness of or the bad smell more than anything. Those closets have a chance too. You know what? This shed back here. Is a windowless shed. Because of course it is. Think I don't carry around a welding torch with me everywhere I go? Think again. Hey! Look at that. Every once in a while, these locked up sheds actually have something worth locking up. Wasn't what I was looking for, but I'll take it. I'll take it and I'll like it. There also could be sponge back here, but there's not. There's some respirator filters, just full-on respirator filters. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's... I asked for lemons, and I got some lemonade. Seeing as I was going to make lemonade anyway, not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I'm probably going to go check the convenience store after this. I'll drop off this generator, and then we'll just going to fast walk this. And if I'm going to be going down the main street, I'm going to take the car. There's not only a convenience store, there's also a restaurant. There's also trees everywhere. Sponges are definitely going to be one of those things that you see plenty of and disregard until the moment you need one, and then suddenly they're going to be really annoying to find. I already see it happening. Hey, there we go. Now that I know that I actually can use them, we'll continue looking a little bit for. We don't have too much more daylight today, so I'll just mosey down the main. Hey, look at that! What the hell? Okay, so these shelves used to just be cosmetic. They used to not actually contain items. The items they do contain used to not really be substantial, but that's more orange dye right there. That's pretty fucking substantial. I'll tell you that. Fuck. I'm gonna check the janitor closet over here. Kind of impressed to see potatoes are still not gone bad. Hey, there's another one. Probably enough rotten stuff. I could fill up one of my compost bins. Yeah, you know what? Garbage bag out. Look at all that. It's like 8 encumbrance worth right there. Good tilled earth is what that is. I think I already gathered all the spoiled crap from this place. There was a lot. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I forgot to check the freezers. more sponge. I never actually cleared anything back here, like in the far back. I don't think. I think a lot of non-perishable food back here. Yeah, canned food, canned stuff. I don't know if mac and cheese is supposed to count or not. It's still got a freshness stat that it probably shouldn't have. Alright, we're out of here. We got a fair bit. We can always come back. This is just right next door. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do later this week when I'm back to my Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday streaming thing. That's when we're going to do Muldra. I think that's how I'm going to do it because I definitely don't think I have enough time today to actually commit to starting the Muldra operation because it's definitely an operation, like a complete separate big old operation. But we'll definitely get to it. I'm currently putting canned food back here. Can dung be... Yes, it can. And if I was a little bit more diligent about collecting it, we probably would use it more. But that's some action economy right there that I'm not 100% on top of, if that makes sense. More cowbell. We picked up some potatoes that are still stale instead of rotten, so we'll do something with those probably. Bunch of cookware. Cookware bin is rapidly filling up here. The mac and cheese, I sometimes I forget about this just because I see, fresh in parentheses. All you gotta do is open it. You open it and the contents of the container are not, there's no freshness stat on them. So it's the stupidest thing in this, one of the stupidest things in this game is the fact that a mac and cheese box has freshness, but then nothing inside the box has freshness. So you literally just open the box and then everything in it is preserved for forever. It's like the act of having it in the box is what is causing it to go bad. I don't know. I will store these sponges in the generic crafting area over here. Empty bucket to go outside. And then we've got a couple of metalworking things. Alright, let's see about recharging those filters, shall we? Oh, just need a rag, of course. I'm getting a very slimy feeling right now. I'm getting a very slimy feeling that this is not going to work. Okay, never mind. So for a second there, it said the output showed a gas mask filter, even though we were using a respirator filter for the input. But this looks correct. Doesn't get us any skills with anything. But look at that. We got recharge respirator filters. Cool beans. I'm going to wash my respirator because it's nasty. Dirty and bloody and whatever. Alright, it's got recharge filters in it. I don't know if there's supposed to be some kind of substantial difference between the recharge filters and the normal filters. But, whatever. We'll find out, I guess. Maybe the regular filters last longer. Who knows? All I know is I am going to probably be carrying around, filter recharges in my primary vehicles now. Now, I've also got a dust mask that I'm going to be carrying around on a trial basis in my Alice kit, this right here. I want to say that this is better than a bandana or a chemin, so better than a cloth face covering. And I'm hoping that it's also better than a half mask filter without, so a half mask respirator without filters. I'm hoping that this is better than that, so this can be my fallback option if I run out of filters. That is what I'm hoping for currently. No idea if that's going to pan out. We're going to have to actually kill a bunch of zombies and see how bad it smells. As morbid as that might sound. So I'm adding the dye to my collection here. And the ceramic mortar and pestle that we used. I actually might take that with me out in the field. Well, no. I'm not going to do that, and here's why. I needed glue to do that, to recharge those filters. I am never going to use real glue for that. The only reason I did that is because I could use wood glue, and wood glue does not have as many uses as real glue. So I'm not quite as worried about having to carry around the materials to do that, because I will never be using glue, and we only have a very small amount of wood glue here back at base. So I'll just leave the ceramic mortar and pestle here. If you get to the second stage of Moodle, it's kind of like being hungry. It reduces your, it makes you weaker. It reduces your ambient carry weight. And for us, that's a death sentence in combat. Well, for us, that's a, that means that we're going to exert ourselves twice as quickly. So it does have an objective, measurable impact on how long you can keep fighting, basically. Once you start getting to stage 2 sickness, you're going to rapidly start getting exerted faster, basically. It depends on how much room you have to maneuver. That's a situational question right there. There's no one size fits all answer to it. Sure, if you have room to constantly kite them, yeah, then you can make it not a problem. But you're not always going to have room to operate like that. I can show you just one picture. Just one picture. If I go back to my screenshots here, I can show you one picture of a situation where you will never have enough room. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We are back to Nora the Explora here. And we are going back down to Catabasis for places like the military research facility. Good luck with that. That's all I'm going to say, is good luck with that. Good luck trying to intentionally distance your targets and actually keep their attention as you fall back. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that would have made that particular encounter tenfold more annoying. Being able to just kill them all as they come up the stairs there. It resulted in about 100,000 corpses in the same spot, but that's a necessary. Of course, if you're pulling everybody outside, then you have a lot less problems like that. Is it 2100? And we're 50 pages in. Yeah, we could read some forging tonight. Are we ready for... Not quite ready for weight gain yet. Alright, passing through the night here. We're coming up on about 7 hours for today, so what I'm probably going to do is get a little bit of things. I'm going to get some things situated so that at the start of next stream we'll be able to head right out to Muldraugh. Now there's going to be a complication to that because we won't be able to get to Muldraugh and then just lock in because we're going to have a harvest here within a month, probably less than a month. If memory serves, last time I did a harvest of winter crops, it was like before the Ides of January, so like early January, single-digit January. As stupid as that might sound, yes, we harvest crops in January in this game right now. Yeah, welcome to Project Zomboid. Fuck you, you harvest your flax in January and then you have to use fireplaces to dry it out. So there's high priorities and low priorities. The high priorities are the flax, these 2 rows, and then the 5th row here. We have got 3 rows of flax, 1 row of winter wheat, and then a little bit of barley and rye. Barley, rye, and wheat. Right now, there's no difference between them. They all eventually get ground up into flour. So that's really there's not really that big of a deal with that. Flour is useful, but it's not that useful in this game. There's only so many things you can do with it. Flax is far more useful. Flax, you dry it out, and then you take it to the loom, and then at the loom, you turn it into cloth. You turn around cloth, there's a billion things you can make with it to level your tailoring. So right now, what you're looking at there is a field full of tailoring experience. That's what I see it as. I'm almost 100% sure that I'll get to tailoring level 10 without breaking much of a sweat after we get the crops harvested and then dried. Interesting. So we got fog today. And it's not only fog, it's extreme cold fog. How many of you guys have ever been in fog? Okay, let's say that you don't live at the top of the peak of a mountain. How many of you guys have been to a place that has fog 20 degrees below zero? Below freezing? Yeah, so of those crops, I would definitely deprioritize barley and rye. I'm literally just growing them because I just felt like it. There's no objective purpose to it. And winter wheat, basically just look at it and think it's flour. It's eventually going to become flour. And if you're not using flour very much in your cooking, and you can't really find a niche to make it useful, then another thing is, I guess I should mention, is when I harvest the crops, this is also just a field full of agriculture experience, so that's also a thing. It'll get us probably to high-level agriculture before we do our spring season planting, which there's a lot more crop variety for the spring planting season. But yeah, fog showing up in this game when it's extremely cold is probably even sillier than fog showing up and staying there all day. Hey, you know what? That's not the worst idea. That's actually not the worst idea. I've already kind of done it without necessarily intending on it. I mean, there were some... we got a... whatchamacallit up here. We've got a throwaway vehicle that we've been slowly trying to upgrade, but we can't really do brakes or suspensions yet without damaging them. But we did pull out all the old ones, and some of them just almost busted in the process. But yeah, we're currently level 5 mechanics, and we still have a 50-50 chance of breaking a gas tank just by pulling it out. And I find that to be quite funny. That's actually not the worst idea. I'm going to siphon the gas out, and we're just going to pull that thing out until it breaks. Why not? I do need to level mechanics. And that's something that I can fast forward through quite quickly. Can you make bread? Yes, but you need wheat. You need yeast, and yeast is not something you can make yourself in this game. That being said, I do have a lot of yeast, so I could make a lot of bread. If you go out of your way to always pick up yeast when you see it, and then you grow an entire field full of an entire field full of wheat, then you could probably do that. You could probably have a lot of bread whenever you want to. I usually do stockpile my yeast. I just don't often think about it because it's one of those things that is a finite quantity item that cannot be made. So, whenever I run into shit like that, I kind of put it out of my mind. We're getting like 3 experience every time we fail to pull out a gas tank. $10.44. We didn't get anything for that when it was broken. So now that it's broken, we actually don't get anything at all. I mean, it was a small gas tank, so I never really cared about it from the start. This thing has got a regular. Oh, these brakes are regular, too. You know what? We can just go ahead and break these brakes. Yeah, it didn't look like I did. We were at 11:44 before and after. So I don't know about that. It would be cool if it actually showed the experience number over our head, like it does for other crafting menu things. For example, we just broke one of these brakes, and now it doesn't even show up as a valid option to try to reinstall it. Now, if you were talking about just attempting to remove it and you just kept failing over and over again, then yeah, I could see that because it's basically stuck in there, and you're just trying to keep trying to remove it. Yeah, this honestly, this for the amount of time we're spending on this is a shit return on investment. I think we'll probably get a lot better ROI for our time expenditure on if we just mess around with standard. And as fate would have it, I got some standard right over here. That being said, I also have some food to make. Could only do once per day. Once per day, what was that? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Mario. I can't think of anything that can only be done once a day in game. Only 3 units of yeast over here. I feel like I collected more than that. Now I'm curious. I might make some rabbit sandwiches. You can actually make rabbit sandwiches in this game. For bread, I just need salt and a bowl and rolling pin and then water. So bowl and rolling pin I'm going to put in the container over here. Or I can't because the rolling pin is too big. Now, be advised that when you make bread in this game, it will let you season it. But I believe that any seasoning you put on it will actually not still be there when you make sandwiches out of it. So that's what I prefer to do with bread in this game, is make sandwiches. So I don't really bother seasoning the bread. See, like if you right-click on the bread, we can like add jam to it. We can add sunflower seeds. We can add rosemary. It would be cool to have herb bread and then make some sandwiches out of it. I'd kill for that, but I think the sandwiches have no change to their nutritional value. XP is once a day per part per car. Well, that explains a few things. I never knew that. But that does explain a few things about how I was able to level much faster when I fucked around with the Electromax vans. If it is per car per day, that's fascinating. There we go. So we got some bread slices now. And we've still got a bunch of rabbit meat here. We're going to make some rabbit and egg sandwiches. Now, for some reason, I hate it when it does this. The rabbit meat, we have both cooked and uncooked available. And for some reason, it's only showing us the uncooked. I don't know why it does that. So what I got to do is actually take it away from the fridge. And now I can put it on the sandwich. I'm kind of annoyed that we can only put 5 hunger worth of meat onto the sandwich. That's kind of pathetic. Yeah, that's kind of pathetic. But we can get a 30 sandwich. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, so just using rabbit meat and eggs that we've cooked both of them. We now have a sandwich that restores 30 hunger. And we can make that sandwich nice. I'm going to put some barbecue sauce on them. Beautiful. I know, right? Do I know if I use all performance parts of my vehicles? Yes, absolutely, especially on the tires. Brakes, you can actually see the numbers. Let me show you something specific with brakes here. On our dash bull driver here, we've got performance brakes. I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit so we can see it better. Where's Photoshop go? There you are. Okay, so we look at the numbers here, and you see how when I have the brake highlighted, it says at the top there, total braking force is 91.2. Brakes, each type of brake, regular brakes give a little bit less than performance brakes, but then it's scaled based on integrity. Right, so the fact that I have a 53% performance brake here, that's probably going to be better than like a 70% performance or a 70% regular brake. So you can think of it in terms of performance is better than regular when it comes to brakes in every situation except for, you know, like really low condition. Suspension, I have a lot of questions about suspension that are not answered. I don't actually know if suspension does anything at all. I'm sure it does some things. It just, I cannot, there's no numbers to it that I can see. Tires, of course, you have traction. Tires, you'll notice as you get better tires, it'll have better traction. Performance tires has the highest traction. Now, traction is better on asphalt. Off-roading, I don't know all the differences that come into play. I do know that you don't always want high traction off-roading. But, yeah, I don't know all of the details behind that. Now that we've got food, I'm going to disassemble the rest of this trailer if I haven't already. Yeah, we're going to take apart this trailer here. The trunk lid needs to be repaired. We can repair it with, what's it called? We can use metalworking to repair it. I'm sorry. We can use welding to repair it. Actually getting to eat sandwiches in the apocalypse. That's how you know we're living good. I don't trust that. I'm not saying, I'm not even going to go as far as to say that they're wrong. I'm just saying I don't believe it off at face value. I have seen my tires take damage, and you're never going to convince me that running over zombies is not a part of that. Interesting. Look at this, we got all-day fog today. So not only is it fog and below freezing weather for the entire day, it's also, well, it's for the entire day. Unbelievable. Welcome to Kentucky. So it is not possible to fix the food and egg containers, but I don't think that actually matters at all. So mission success on the animal trailer here. We got a grand total of 300 experience maybe from that. So not that bad. Basically what that means is if it really is per vehicle, we need to go find something else to rip apart. I wouldn't mind doing that. It's a foggy day either way. There's somewhere that I can explore in this area. We could just go out and take a right down this road here. And just loop back around Pony Trot. Pony Trot is going to have a... there's like a farm sort of joint there. Like a horse riding sort of joint. Commercial horse riding. I'm going to go visit them. They've got a parking lot there. And I predict there's a few standard vehicles there, along with some zombies. So we'll do some killing and do some mechanic work. I'm going to take the race car for that. Who knows, maybe we'll find something worth towing home speaking of, now that this animal trailer is fixed up, we're going to put it in the row with the others. Yes, I definitely am 100% on board with damage from... Yeah, I know. I've actually looked at the code for off-roading, and it definitely damages your vehicles. That actually damages things like your, fuck's it called? Gas tank and muffler. Which is, yeah, it's definitely something. But nobody's ever going to convince me that it doesn't. And I mean, even if it doesn't do it now, that's probably an oversight. There's no way that that's going to be that way forever. They want to make this shit as punishing as possible. So if there's an opportunity to make it more punishing and they haven't taken it yet, then yeah. You are now entering unexplored territory. One of these days, Margaret, one of these days. That's an interesting question. I do know for a fact that they are going to add horses someday to this game. So, whether that actually means that, we're going to see, whatchamacallits, like horseback riding events where everybody turned into a Zed. I don't know. Could just be RNG. The spawn maps are all over the place. I thought Pony Trot connected to... Okay. I was wrong about that. But yeah, Pony Romo is... that was what was coming to mind there, if I'm not mistaken. No surprises there. This neighborhood has always got a fair few Zeds in it. So here's Hodgett's farm, and I thought there was a, is this it right here? Yeah, this is it. Hey, there's a trailer there. Holy shit. And yeah, so, yeah, lots of zombies here relative to, I mean, where'd all these zombies come from? Did they drive here? If so, where's the cars? Fuck's going on here, Indy Stone? God, we've got fog all the way to 1700 hours. I suppose I can still point blank these assholes, but I'm probably going to end up axing them. That fucking crosshair, man. Oh, fuck off. No, we're not gonna give me a little heated because that's how Barb died. All right. I leave the car running. Probably did. No, I didn't. Good on me. Alright, so what is in the trailer? Electrical related. Parts on this trailer are looking beautiful. Yeah, no need to change the trailer itself. So we're just probably going to harvest parts from this taxi here. I was hoping for a couple of other vehicles, but I'll definitely take another trailer. Oh dear, we don't have the keys. Gonna have to break in. I feel like such a rogue right now. I'm gonna have to break into a car. Oh no. We do have about 4 more liters of gas in there. So I think I have enough room in my race car actually to top it up. So I don't have to waste anything. Out comes the gas tank. Or so I believe. Hey, look at that. Success. It feels wrong to take engine parts when I'm lower level. I usually don't touch engine parts of vehicles until I am higher level mechanics. And I think I can get away with that still. Alright, that is a fully disassembled car there. And in the process of disassembling that, we went from 1480 something to 1936. So about 400 or so experience. Not a perfect measurement because I'm going off recollection imperfectly. A little bit of time before we have to go to bed or head out. I'm going to check around the local area. Waste any Zeds who are still upright. You look a little upright to me, buddy. Fix that. There's a generator in there. It's an old generator. We don't even leave it up on chocks. We just leave it on the ground. Purple carpeting in here. It's the same layout as Grandpa's house, but no bedroom. What's up, Grandpa? Perhaps wannabe Grandpa. Yeah, you know what? I'm stealing the carpet. This is very rare carpet right here. You don't believe me? Try to find enough purple carpet for an entire base. Or sorry, this is violet carpet, not purple. There is a difference. Violet carpets and purple carpet come from two separate. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! You've got to be fucking kidding me! I still have a 7.5% chance to accidentally break the carpeting when I pick it up. It's the occasional troubles of being carpentry level 9 instead of level 10. If I break one more piece of carpeting, I'm going to stop. I feel like I'm playing a slot machine right now. One with a high chance of winning, but still... God damn it. Yeah, no, fuck this. It's not worth it. This stuff is actually really hard to find. And we've just lost 2. Fuck it, we're out of here. Accurate. Too accurate. No, I don't. That's one of many things the devs really don't understand, and I think they deliberately don't want to. Oh, it's a video game. We've got to have video game mechanics in it. But we've got to have realism. I wouldn't have even tried picking that up if it wasn't for the fact that we had a trailer right here. But we do, so we're out of here. I now have a fleet of 4 trailers, not including the 2 that I know of that are out in the field somewhere that we can bring home at some point in the distant future. I do believe this is a, yeah, Pony Trot Road. So it's unexplored territory, but it should lead directly back to the road in front of our base here. Yeah, no, that's some advanced lost knowledge right there is what that is. Also, you lost the devs already at screwdrivers. Remember, screws don't exist in this universe, not for construction purposes. Screws seem to exist for other purposes, but not for construction. Yeah, absolutely. That the chance of breakage should be eliminated much earlier on. It's such a video gamey thing for it to not to always have a chance to break, and that is such a video game thing. There should not be anyone anywhere near this close to my base. Whoa, this is not my base. This is... Okay, we're going through south side of town. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's actually... It's not like... I want there to be zombies this close to base, but, yeah, we're on the other side of town. I did a whoopsie in my brain there. Standard parts can go up here. Same deal with this trailer as the others. We park it at a diagonal angle. For ease of drive-by hookup. And look at that, we got an old generator we can just add straight to the line up here. Glorious. A little late for bed, but productive afternoon. I could believe a little bit of that. People who have absolutely no idea how violence works suddenly being confronted with the, oh God, I've got to kill this thing that used to be a human. I've got a screwdriver. What should I do? No, there are some people who are actually that fucking stupid. They would have no idea even where to stick it. And even then, some people might even actually know how to have some general knowledge. But then, you know, when mom is coming at you, you might forget a few things. Got some broken glass from the glass that we shattered from when we didn't want those windshields, so a little bit of that. I don't know if 16 violet carpet is going to be enough for my bedroom, but there's a part of me that wants to see if I can make it work. Actually, that's perfect. I think 16 is a perfect number. And I don't think it actually gives me a chance to break it if I put it down. Oh, I can't put violet carpet down, can I? Nope. Nope, not on steel. Wait, what? Hang on. What's going on here? Why can't I place this? Okay, yep, nope. Can't put it on steel. Fuck. Well, disappointed. I'm just going to leave it on the floor here. I could leave it on the floor as an item. The problem is you can't use extended 3D placement on furniture items, so I could drop, quote unquote, the carpet on the floor, but then I can't right click it and go to no, I can't use 3D placement on it. I would absolutely do that if I could. I mean, all that means is I've got to build a bedroom elsewhere. That's what that means, really. I don't necessarily regret building the metal floors here because I want to be able to burn fire up here to help dry crops and dry leather and whatever. Speaking of which, I had an idea. Let me get some stuff out of my inventory here. No, it can't. As far as I know, I've never seen that happen. but I don't fuck around with that. I I like to assume that it might someday. It does not currently, but I like to assume that it might. So I go out of my way to be unnecessarily hardened against fire. I mean, I have a similar approach in real life. When I build my own house someday, which I kind of still want to do, I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford it, but I want to. It's going to be entirely out of brick and concrete. There will be very, very little wood in anywhere in the construction. Only where necessary and extremely limited. We will be looking at wood alternatives wherever humanly possible. Because why the fuck would I use something flammable when I don't have to? It does not make sense to me. I'm genuinely under the impression that buildings these days are just being built with no regard whatsoever for fire resistance. Well, not obviously they're going to be built to code, right? You know what? But when it comes to actually resisting catching fire and letting fire spread, they're going to do the bare minimum of what building codes require them to do, and not a single bit further because that's expensive. And we're trying to do everything as cheaply as possible thanks to fucking... I'm done. I'm not going to go any farther with that sentence. If you know, you know. I wish I could conveniently blame a certain type of business major from a certain economic school and actually have that be inaccurate. Unfortunately, there's only so much blame you can heap on certain people because everybody's participating in the system. I'm going to go ahead and cook these potatoes that we found the other day. And I can put them, probably I can put them on sandwiches. Interesting that sweet potatoes take longer to cook than regular potatoes. Now, there's something I'd like to find out. Can I put potatoes on sandwiches? Make some more bread. That was pretty fun. Yeah, no, that 100%, yep. That is, houses get the worst of it. What I was just complaining about, houses absolutely get the worst of it. And that's one of the reasons I think about it so often as somebody who's looking to be a homeowner someday, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see if that even... Okay, so we cannot make potato sandwiches in this universe. Hey, there should be like a... I could understand, obviously you can't just put a straight-up potato on a sandwich, but slice it. Slice it into potato chip slices. And then maybe fry the chip a little bit. Nothing too fancy. I'd do that. Actually, it's making me kind of hungry. What are we up to? We're up to about 8 hours here. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. I'm going to let the weather tomorrow determine what we do next. If we've got good weather, I might do a little bit more exploration and hit a few more cars. If we don't have good weather, I'm probably going to call it. Because actually, one of the things I didn't mention, I need to go shopping, so I might unironically do that. I might pick up some potatoes and slice them, see if I can make sandwiches out of them. That'd be kind of cool. Just to prove a point. It also sounds kind of good. Here's something easy that I could do today. Yeah, the weather looks good. What I'm going to do today is we're going to go down the road towards Muldrow and just clear everybody off the road. And if we happen to see any good-looking cars, we'll take them with us. Yeah, in theory, that you would think so. I mean, honestly, there's no reason not to treat sandwiches like you treat every other evolved recipe in this game. It's truly a cool thing how many different things we can put into stews and soups in this game. Because that's, it's true. In real life, you can do all kinds of crazy things with stews and soups. So we should be able to do the same with sandwiches, in my humble opinion. But whatever. I know that just like many other systems that we often complain about here, just like mechanics, cooking has not been touched for a while. And I do hope that they will actually touch it at some point. Cooking needs to feel the touch. The bread sandwich. Oh, man. I would say something about a cheese sandwich. We can probably put cheese on sandwiches. I wouldn't fucking know. No, like we ain't got much cheese in this universe now, do we? No, you don't understand. I've got about 1/4 of my genetics are straight out of Ireland. So yeah, I've got to be able to make a potato sandwich. That's just, it's in my blood. It also depends exactly on what you do with the potatoes, right? If you think about potatoes, think about a baked potato, and then think about what you would put on it, and then just kind of do this something similar, but with the potato being sliced up and placed in between some bread. Now, okay, here's that. I just had an even stupider idea. An even stupider idea I just had. What if you just use potato instead of bread? Okay, hear me out. There's things you can do to potatoes to make them... One of the reasons people like bread so much with sandwiches is because they absorb the bread absorbs the condiments, right? So I feel like there's ways you can make your potato do something similar. That's going to require some experimentation. I feel like if you go hard enough with using potato as a bread, then you're just kind of going in the direction of pierogies at that point. And that's relevant to my bloodline as well. I've got a touch of Polish in there. Stuffed potatoes, yeah. That's that's it right there. Basically just stuffed potatoes with I mean, you kind of U-boat the potato, right? It would be like U-boating like a what's the right word? God, you never would imagine I used to work at a deli with an attached sub shop. U-boating was the phrase we would do when we would talk about having like a thick piece of bread that we would scoop some bread out of it and then put meat and cheese inside of it. You could do the same with a potato. Yeah, absolutely. You put some sour cream in there. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. Maybe a touch of butter if you're trying to put on some weight. So, if my calculations are correct, this road actually will take us... This will take us to a connecting road that will basically bring us straight to Muldraugh. And the entry, the point of entry from Muldraugh will be the crossroads to the kind of the center there on 31 West. That crossroads is going to be loaded with zombies. But it's been a little while since I've gone this direction. This is not the typical direction that I would go in from Riverside to Muldraugh. Riverside to Muldraugh, I would take the road further north there. Oh, we're actually backtracking where we were last night. Now I recognize some of this. I'm just going to check this shed up here. If there is like a generator or something, then I will leave it by the side of the road. We're in need of a sharpen. Oh, I see. There was a lunch break here. What? How many times is that? Too many. I guess we lost a little bit of condition and now the damage is lower. Got a Nim moment there. Crit, crit, come on, crit. I said, come on, crit. Everybody in Warsong, just laugh a bit. You just put a basement right in front of me and have me not take a look. If this guy had the dignity to be waiting for me in front of the door. Better that than somebody waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. Workout basement? Workout basement. That means a flag. I'll take it. Three dumbbells. Now that's interesting, seeing as they're all the same weight in this game. He's got one for his left arm, one for his right arm, and one for his middle arm. Yeah. No, that's true. Yep. That sounds like it. Everything you're saying, literally, me, that it all sounds like a challenge, is what it sounds like. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it sounds like a fucking challenge to me. If you can turn a potato into a potato chip, I feel like there's things you can do with it. Of course, that requires all sorts of oils and cooking at certain temperatures and slicing to certain sizes. One of the questions that comes to mind is, do I want to leave the skin on, like, the bottom or something? Like, split it in half and then U-boat it? Again with the sharpening. Huh. Well, I'll take it. Remember, anytime you sharpen a weapon, you're preserving its lifespan. And getting a little bit of maintenance experience. But yeah, I'm not here to fight any wars or anything. I'm just checking around. I don't usually check these side roads. I'm succeeding where Nora might not have done her due diligence. Yes and no. But no, I do not shove doors to test them. I just open them, and usually I open them, and I'm habituated to walk backwards while opening doors. I'll give an example when I hit this shed door here. See, when I'm about to open a door, I'm just constantly walking backwards as I touch the E button. So when if there is somebody on the other side of it, it's going to take them just a little bit longer to get to me. If you habituate yourself into always moving like that, then you improve your chances of not getting caught off guard as much. I mean, I'm still going to get caught off guard no matter what. Now, if there's a lot of doors to deal with in a tight area, then yeah, making a little noise, shoving doors, yep, absolutely. But single one-off doors, that's a lot of time. Let's see this particular type of house very often. Layout, rather. What's up, Agnes? Sorry, Bernadette. Bernadette Swartz. The same last name as a guy I knew once from summer camp. It's also the same last name as a guy who died for our internet freedoms. Never forget. That's a rather whelming basement right there. Oops. Yeah, nothing overly substantial here. I did notice some tailoring equipment here. Yes, please. Always. Give them the jump scare. I mean, to be honest, if the zombie isn't aggroed onto you, you can run right past it, and your character will even bump into them if you're running. Not always the best of approaches, though. There be Romo there. Took care of that last night, and now Hodgetts, and then unexplored territory from there on out. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare this lunch break to be over. That was really funny, the backflip the first one did. Yeah, no, door Zeds are the ones that stand in front of doors instead of attacking the doors like they used to always attack the doors. That's a more recent thing. The ones that just stand in front of the doors and never attack them. And I don't know if that's intentional or not. That's the worst part. I don't know if the devs intentionally did that or that's just an oversight where for some reason zombies lose aggro now when they should. If they're going to be standing in front of the door, it's almost always because they wandered towards the door because they heard something, which usually always, I mean, I can't think of a time where, like, before 42.13 maybe. I'm just pulling a number out of my rear because I know for a fact that was not happening prior to 42.10. I can't think of a single time it happened to me back in the day. Yeah, it makes sense. There is such thing as being too cautious, but if you have the time to be extra cautious, then all you're losing is time at that point. And how one chooses to spend their time, as long as they have time to spend, whatever works best. I expected a little bit of action on this road, but there doesn't have to be. Very much doesn't have to be. Now this fucking fruit stand here. This fruit stand is always loaded with zombies for some reason. I'm just gonna assume that there's gonna be a war right now. Excuse me, sorry. Usually I try to pull away from the mic, but need to be paying attention here. A spear weapon of some sort. Scissor spear. I am genuinely shocked we're not getting like 50 of them coming out of the woods right here. Behind this fruit stand is like traditionally been a very annoying thing because I would always drive past it and then there'd just be more and more and more and more of them coming out of wherever the hell here. Bathroom parties. Yeah, no, that's yep. We didn't even trigger the combat music that time. Yep. Now, I have seen some images and videos of like 50 zombies coming out of the bathroom. And I've always felt as though those were actually the results of people increasing the spawn count. So something that would have been just a normal 2 or 3 Zed bathroom party ended up being a 50 Zed bathroom party. And then suddenly the people are Pikachu facing that 50 Zeds are coming out of a room. Well, no shit, you turned up the spawn settings probably. I have never seen more than 2 or 3 of them come out of such a tiny space before, though. This is Inferno Road. Oh, that just cuts straight across, does it? Interesting. I don't know if I've ever explored that too deeply. Yeah, Survivor home bathroom, that does make sense. Because Survivor homes already have a increased spawn count. So add on top of that a bathroom event inside of it. McCoy Road is the one to the north there, and then Boone Road. These are side roads that I don't know if I ever explored even on Nora. But we're about to hit the crossroads here. I mean, we've got time. I might as well. Hello, Survivor Zombie. Yeah, we're gonna kill all these guys.
Hey!
So by shouting, I'm only getting the attention of, what is that, half of them? And they're all slow, except for that one. That splits them up a little bit. I'm probably just going to go loud with 9. At least once they get to me in a group. Yeah, they're coming at me too condensed. I probably won't be able to. 38 special, these guys. At least I say that. Hello, Survivor. I even left a corpse on my road here. I underestimated my 38 special there. Sorry about that, 38 special. I should know better. You're a very trusty, reliable short-range weapon. Alright, let's see what we got. Longblade 2, let's go. Nope, we got Longblade 3. Tailoring 5, that's a book we didn't have. I'll take it. I'll take it. There's a couple of level 5s here that we haven't read. I'll carry those forward, maybe leave them behind in Muldrop. Everything else we've already read. Hey, look at that, a seed packet of wild garlic. That is a seed packet I have not picked up yet. That's because for some reason wild garlic is really hard to find. It is one of the only things you can plant in August. Yeah. No, the bolt cutters on his back slot there, yeah, that was not the smartest decision. Ancient Tailoring. That's a magazine I haven't read. That will get us some... We've also got an annotated map here. Let's see where that is. Guns and food and far stable. Don't get lost in trees. Those things are in there. Yeah, they are. Preaching to the choir here. What is that? That is... My ugly face is in the way. Doesn't look very familiar. That is Louisville. That is deep Louisville. I don't think I've ever been there before. I've never actually been to the Central Park place in Louisville there. So yeah, I have no idea what that is. Maybe an animal preserve or something? I don't know. LVC for Central. Alright, so off we go. Look at that, boys. That is the first ambulance I have ever seen on this character. We have finally, after all this time, we have found an ambulance. And being a damaged one in a wreck, we might come away with a very high quality engine. For now. I'm sure in the future that'll be nerfed. I heard some speculation that that was not going to be a reliable thing in the future, and I believe it. But in the meantime, I will absolutely accept a error in my favor. New medical shears. Who dis? Don't need none of them broken-ass windshields anyway. Alright, magic moment. What is the engine quality? The engine quality is 100. We got an ambulance that when we fix it up, it will start 100% of the time, minus whatever percentage gets debuffed whenever it's cold. Because that's how the math works, somehow. Oh. I wish I could explain that. Apparently if it's cold, it's harder to start your vehicle. I would say that that's something. Definitely one of the things of all time. Forgot about this. Once again, I forgot that there's a bunch of random electrical stuff in the trunk of my car here. I'm a bag on the seat then. It's fine. Now the question is whether I'm going to bring the ambulance forward with me or back. I don't have an answer to that yet, but I know exactly where it is, so when the time comes. Welcome to Muldraw. The gas station is here. I usually expect this crossroads to be absolutely crawling. I wonder if this is an artifact of respawns being turned off. We actually came here in the first week or so. So I wonder if we're like forever stuck on early game volume here because of that. In which case, South Muldraw is going to be far more packed, as it were. We're about to find out exactly how packed it's going to be now. Oh, there's no... Haha, okay. I'm out of 38 special. What a way to find out. I mean, I got plenty of 9 mil, but I'm definitely going to miss it. Okay, this is not good. Just surround me, why don't you? Yep. So anyway, I started blasting. This isn't the place from the game's thumbnail, is it? No, the game's thumbnail has bigger buildings in the background. I'm thinking about the whatchamacallits. This image right here. We don't have a higher res version of it in the screenshots. I know it's the guy is standing on top of a vehicle in an intersection, and there was something about that, the positioning of that streetlight that made me think it was this one. It was also part of the early art for this game back when Muldraw was the only place. So it would definitely be somewhere here in this town that it would if it was a real place, quote unquote real. I can't remember if I left any vehicles here. I don't think I did. I did in Irvington. And I did in Ekron as well. Forgot that I actually managed to get all the windows boarded up. That's cool. Yeah, no, I just left a bunch of garbage bags filled with loot. There are vehicles here, but they're not, those are just, they were just here from the start. So none of this is really going to help me now. I made sure to only take, or rather only leave behind stuff that I wasn't actively using. Okay. I kind of feel obligated to consolidate my, consolidate the loose boxes here. I forgot that there were loose boxes. Also the only chest rig that I've found. Now I can make one out of tarp. Now all these cartons can stay. Oh, a metal baseball bat. Yes, absolutely. I know exactly what I'm doing with that. Boys are about to go get ourselves another another metal bat with saw. Hell yeah! All right. So we're not ready to settle down here yet. We're woefully underprepared for that. We're gonna go ahead and head back to Phallus Lake, and I'm gonna be taking the ambulance with me, and that will be a nice warm up for next time to get the ambulance fixed up. This feels more like Muldra up here. Hey, even then, that does feel a little light. But it looks like that's because some of them are further south there. Who dares send me an email right now? Stargate Timekeepers from your Steam wish list is now on sale. Yeah, that was one of those games that I looked at a lot ahead of time, and then I saw it come out, and then I saw the mixed reviews. Very mixed. I'm curious to see if it's still mixed. Nope, it's still very mixed. There's only 200 reviews for the game. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's a goddamn shame. I am probably not alone in saying that the Stargate IP has just been thoroughly mismanaged before, during, and after the closure of MGM. I certainly hope the tires on this thing don't blow out. If they do, well, we'll have to figure something out. But yeah, I do believe that our major operations for today are over. I've got a couple things on the agenda this afternoon, so after tonight, we'll get everything cleaned up, and I'll go ahead and call it for tonight, or for this afternoon. The next time I'm most likely going to be streaming is Friday. I do not want to make a habit out of trying to escape the... I mean, I'll finish that sentence. Basically, if anybody watching is not familiar, I have to work on site for my job, my day job, on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And sometimes I'm able to not have to work on site, but it is not something that, I don't want to be that guy who's just never showing up. I don't want to be that guy. That is, even though even my own fucking manager has said many times that it's the stupidest thing in the world that we have to go on site because 100% of our job can and usually is done remotely. Going on site, especially with how gas prices are in this day and age, it's just a barely tolerated insult, is all it really is. But that is the current life that we are operating under. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not just bad reflection on me. It starts, if people all across the contract stop showing up, just coming up with excuses not to work on site, that starts looking bad for everybody. The stupidity of this being forced to work on site nonsense needs to be addressed at the contract level, not individual levels. I mean, several people on my team have already applied for medical exemptions over. I'm not gonna go into specifics, but the reasoning sounded a little dubious. I could certainly think of a few medical reasons that I would not want to have to drive to work every day, up to and including the. And I've been honest about this. I've told my supervisor, and he's been on board with it mostly. If I don't get a very good night's sleep, and I have to wake up and somehow be there before 5 a.m. like I do, if I can't wake up and feel like it's safe to drive in Route 66 traffic, I'm not going to fucking do it. And he's been okay with that, but that's not exactly, that's a situational thing. It's not a recurring thing. Oh man, 40K fans. I do hope Cavill comes up with something nice. 40K fans need a dub. We really need a dub. And I don't even know if I can call myself a 40K fan because almost all of the content that I engage with in the 40K universe is either Dark Tide or 30K. And I've heard many 40K fans say that Horus Heresy and its other stuff is different enough to be classifiable separately. That was supposed to be a garbage bag turn there, so we ended up going... Oh, okay. I could have turned north on Pony Trot, but it's kind of all the same. We're just taking a big ol' L either way. But yeah, that's the long and short of my current situation. There are many reasons that I may end up teleworking on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And if I do telework, there's a possibility I'll stream, but I'm never going to say it ahead of time because it's all, like I said, it's situational. And sometimes there are legitimate reasons that I'm not going to be driving in on site. But I got to do my, put in the effort, you know what I mean? Got to put in the effort. I've elaborated on this before, but we used to have an office culture that I actually liked. I used to actually like our office culture. It may have had something to do with the fact that I still live a 5-minute walk away from our previous office. But that office got killed by COVID. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. It was sort of like a data center with an office area attached to it. It is literally a 5-minute walk from where I still live to this day. And yeah, I actually liked the culture we had there because there was no telework at the time. Everybody was working on site. And if you wanted to be on our team, you had to work on site. Now our team is comprised of like a third of our team are people who live on the opposite side of the country from us. Our team is literally never, in its current form, our team has never been in the same room together all at once. That would have been unthinkable back in 2017 when I first got into this line of work. But that's gone. That's gone forever now. The IT world is moved to a place where a lot of people are full-time remote. And yet some people want to undo that. Good luck. Good fucking luck. I understand, like I said, I understand the reasoning. I really did enjoy that office culture, but trying to get it back now, it's like trying to unscramble the egg. I've heard that scientists have managed to do that, but are these fucking business majors who got our economy to the point where it is, the middle managers, are they gonna unscramble any fucking eggs? I don't fucking think so. Sorry if I sound a little salty. I do like my omelets with a pinch of salt. Space Marine 2. Yeah, you know what? That is a game that I have been... Wait, did I buy it? I can't remember if I might have actually bought it, but never installed it. Actually, I think I did. Hang on. Try someday at the bottom with the dubs. Space Marine, yeah. No, I bought Space Marine 2. I have never installed it nor tried it, though. I want to someday, but it's one of those things where it's like I'm going to try it first. I'm not going to live stream my first time playing it. I'm going to try it myself at some point when it feels right. I mean, if my friends start playing it again and they want somebody to join them, then I might. But from the very beginning, Space Marine was hard for us to play as a group because there's like 3 or 4. There's about 5 of us who would be playing it, and it's 3-player co-op. So that was from the very start. Space Marine was kind of difficult for us, me and my other 40K friends. I'm just going to disassemble all those. It's fine. And I'll have to come back for that loot bag. Yep, I shall catch you later. The, loot putting away shall be the last on our agenda today. I do predict we'll be able to assemble a few more cartons over here. Oh yeah, more than a few. Oops. One box of 38 special away from another carton. I'm going to fix that because we have an empty bandolier, so I'm going to open 2 of those right off the bat. Actually, I'm going to open 3 and then put the remaining in my backpack. We'll have no problem using it. 38 special is a great platform. So the metal baseball bat we've picked up, I shall place over here in the crafting area. And we will attempt to turn that into a saw blade bat in the immediate future here. Possibly at the beginning of next stream. This duffel bag right here is the goes with me in a mall draw bag, so it can have the some of those extra books we found. This BF magazine we picked up is actually loaded, so I won't bother unloading it. We'll just put it in here with the rest of the loaded ones. Got to be careful about packing batteries into a box because if I don't put them in my inventory first, there's a tendency that she'll end up using the batteries that I like to carry around in my spare batteries in my Alice kit. Um, 2,300 hours. We should have gone to sleep a little bit earlier. Disassembly time. We now have 108 1911 auto magazines. I think we might actually have more than 9mm. Friggin' wild. Alright, tailoring level 5, or tailoring volume 5, has been marked as unwanted, and now it is placed into the trailer library. We have all 5 tailoring books. Our power grows. There's only a few select level 5 books we don't currently have. Of course, the only aiming book that we're missing is the one that's going to be relevant the one that's going to be relevant next. On December 16th, it was 6.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice. Alright, I think we're about wrapped up here. We've got everything unloaded. And everything sorted. And now just to drop off a few things. Chips go over here. Sandwich goes in the mouth. And give her a bath real quick. Yeah, you know what? I'll get my second sleep and then I'll give her a bath and then we'll call it there. Is it just me, or are those trees getting bigger? Yeah, I think I don't know if that was something that happened the other night and I missed it, but some of these trees are now at stage 2. It's like it just hit a break point. But this time, our send-off shall be a screenshot next to the ambulance here. Overall screenshot of the base, we're looking alright. You get the window to, or the second floor to call here. There we go. Always screenshot your bases. They might be gone someday. In fact, they will be gone someday. This is a very unstable game. Alright, folks. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to go ahead and quit out of the game. And got our folder here. We're going to go to C, user's username, and then Zomboid. And then go to your saves folder, go to Apocalypse, sorted by date modified, the most recent one's on top there. Control C, we're going to copy that whole folder. And you can put your backups wherever you want. I prefer to put mine in one called Backups here. And then here's one with the same name. And this is part 13 of Dani's journey through B42. And then just paste that whole folder somewhere. Our save size is close to 800 megabytes. And it's a little bit over 310,000 files. It continues to grow the more we explore. All right, folks, stay safe. And I shall catch you guys probably Friday. Yeah, next stream is most likely going to be Friday. It will be a surprise if it comes any sooner than that. But otherwise, I'll see you guys then. Peace out and have a good one.